All right, let's see. Give it to me.
You know what's crazy to me, bro, is when they had the BLM protest, everybody was popping out. Every celebrity, YG, the Ball brothers, everybody was popping out. All the sports teams putting BLM on their back, you know what I'm saying, wearing BLM shirts, you know what I'm saying, freedom, wearing all these shirts. You know what I'm talking about the NBA right now, actually. Where is that now? Where are the celebrities now? Where are they protesting now?
Like, Doechii got on stage at the BET Awards talking about F ICE, right? And Trump is weaponizing the military against protesters, right? And this is the problem, because this justifies all the black people who are talking about, like, you know, your activism for us is transactional, so we're not showing up for you, which again, I think it's stupid. I think it's dumb, right? But to sit here and act like, again, this is exactly what I talked about yesterday, right? To sit here and act like people weren't saying this about BLM as well. People were saying, oh, you know, everybody, people, like, we're talking about a month after George Floyd was murdered, right? People were saying the exact same thing about, oh, we were there, right, for a month for BLM this, BLM that. Where are the black people now that this is happening? Or where are the black people now that this is happening? Right? You're justifying the black people who are upset and angry about being called to the front of the line. Right? You are. Because you're being like, where are all the black people at the front of the line? It's such a, this is why I pushed back on chat yesterday when chatters were saying this, being like, oh, well, we were there during BLM. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And when you start getting into the transactional activism, when you start arguing on the lines of transactional activism, right? You're getting into the weeds about, like, oh, well, we did roll call for our our protest. So now, now you're doing a protest. You weren't at our roll call, so we're not going to show up for your roll call. Like for the same reason people saying like activism is not transactional, right? So black people, like, and we're saying black people should show up. The same thing applies here, right? You should not be like, oh, well, we showed up for BLM, therefore you are now entitled to show up for us. You should be like, we think that everybody should show up for us because this is the right thing to do. Right? You're feeding into the same thing that the freaking Grits and Egg podcasts were saying. You'd be like, you're trying to call on black people to be the guard dogs of your movement. Like, what are we doing? Like, we're not going to sit here and act like everybody was down for BLM since its inception. It took 6 years for people to be down for BLM. Right? Black people were fighting and clawing and screaming. That's the reason why Black Lives Matter was a slogan already. There's a reason why Black Lives Matter was the inception of the slogan, because it was a cry for help, because society at large did not care, right? It was pleading not just to white people, but to other people of color as well. Please look at and listen to black people when they're saying that we're getting killed in the streets by police. And nobody cared for 6 years. From 2012, 2013, 2014 to 2020. Nobody cared. It was black people for black people at the time. Right? So to sit here and act like, oh no, we were always down for the movement, is just not the case. Which is why you should not be arguing on that framework, because it's stupid. It's stupid. It's dumb. Right? You should be saying, we need people to show up for us in general. Because there's more black people out there than fucking white people. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? Per capita, more black people are showing up to ICE protests, right? And people of color in general than there are white people showing up. There are more white people staying at home than there are black people staying at home. Why are we focusing on the 2% of black people who are like, I'm staying home for brunch or whatever, instead of the freaking 20% of white people who are doing the same thing? White people overwhelmingly voted for Trump. They're supporting deportations. This is the same thing about like black people being more homophobic, right? Why is nobody talking about black people being homophobic? When like by and large, white people per capita are more homophobic than black people are. Could be a large portion of the black community shifted to the right? No, that's not the case. Black people consistently, including in the 2024 election, were the strongest base for the Democrats. The strongest base of Democrats. The strongest. There was no right-wing shift for black people. It's just not the case. So why are we so focused? Right? This is why I agree with Lil Bill yesterday. Right? That maybe if you're not a part of this community, maybe you sit this one out. Because why are you so focused on black people? Unless you believe in transactional activism. Why are you so strict to be like, oh, I showed up for you, you must show up for us now, instead of trying to get people into the streets? In general. Like, I'm not hearing these talks about the Asian community, about indigenous people, right? About the queer community. Why is it that this is so hyper specifically targeted towards the black community? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, right? Unless you subscribe to like transactional activism, unless you only showed up during BLM so you can get something for black people in the future. And instead of like, you know, being a moral thing, right? To stand up for. And again, we're still pretending like there are no black people on the lines. Like, he's getting mad at the fact that like sports teams had yet to commodify the Stop ICE protest for their own gains. Right? He's like, why has Walmart not symbolically flown the Mexican flag like they did for BLM? Why have these corporations not commodified our movement yet? Like, it's such a stupid thing to get mad at. It's such a dumb thing to get mad at.
It seems now. Why is nobody speaking up?
Like, who is nobody? Like, when corporates commodify a movement, it ceases to be radical and capable of change. It's where activism goes to die. Yeah. Which is why like, it's such a dumb thing to be like, well, nobody cares about us because Walmart has not yet commodified the movement. Walmart is a bad example, but yeah, it's true. I mean, it's an example. It's why has companies not commodified this? Why has the NBA not put a Stop ICE sticker on the courts? Like, what are we focusing on here? What are we talking about here?
Kendrick Lamar made a song. Lil Baby made a song. But where's everybody now?
I don't know. Ask the freaking like Hispanic artists. You're being like, why did black artists make a song about Black Lives Matter? Why are they not making a song about stopping ICE? I ask the artists in your community. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you.
Of the celebrities, why is nobody popping out now? Now that everybody's protesting in Los Angeles, San Diego, Chicago because of ICE, where is everybody now?
What are you talking about? He's like, bro, everybody's protesting in like Los Angeles and San Diego, and pretty much all over the country. But like, where is everybody? They're protesting in Los Angeles and San Diego. He's like, bro, why are there no songs about us yet? Where are all the songs about us? Why are there no songs about us yet? Man, I'm looking for the songs about us. There were songs about BLM 6 years after its inception. 6 years after its inception. So why are there no songs 6 days after the protest started? Get in the booth, Kendrick. Why are you on stage at the BET Awards? Get in the booth. Get in the booth. You better make a fuck ice song right now. You better do it. Yeah, where are all the brown squares at? I look on Instagram and there's no brown squares. I posted a black square during BLM, right? But now nobody wants to post brown squares. Where are all the brown squares at? What are we talking about, bro? What are we talking about here?
Why is nobody speaking up? Why is just the minority speaking up now? You feel what I'm saying? Nobody's talking. Nobody's speaking.
What? Now he's like, nobody's speaking, but only the minorities are speaking. But nobody's speaking. But also, where's Kendrick Lamar and freaking Lil Baby, who are minorities? What are we talking about? What are we talking about, bro? What are we talking about? What are we talking? Okay. Bro, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Also, no, this is an account that's posting this. It's against this. This 33,000 likes is not for this account, right? Relying on celebrities to speak up for you is a foolish exercise. It's not even just relying on celebrities. He's saying we showed up for BLM. Why is BLM not showing up for us? That's what his point is. Right? And I showed you this, like, oh, here it is. Like, on my TikTok. Where is it at? Here. All right, so I want to talk about this video.
Realize is that y'all have so many fucking Hispanics behind y'all's movement. And the second that your color isn't involved in incidents like this, you want to turn a fucking blind eye.
In comments like this, and especially this one, and this one. Like, it's the same thing, right? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. The same thing, which is exactly what I talked about yesterday. It's why like 3 people make ignorant videos saying black folks go home and stay out of it, and discourse becomes a universal position. And that's the problem, right? And that's the problem, is that like people take the like 10 black people on Twitter who get like a combined total of like 50,000 likes as like gospel for like what black people think as a monolith. You know? Instead of like, they're just 10 people, and they don't look at like the actual, the only celebrities that I've spoken up so far, right? Like celebrity at the BET Awards being Doechii, a black woman. Like, so why are we ascribing this to like the black position? He's just getting mad that like, he's getting mad that his movement is not commodified in the same way that BLM is, right? He's just saying, oh, well, we all showed up for BLM. Why are y'all not showing up for us? Like, who is y'all? Do you think black people aren't in the streets? And again, why are we focusing on the black people specifically? As if, like, by and large, white people as a collective voted for deportations. White people in the corner getting away with not being there. Yeah. Like, but it's, oh no, it's the black people's fault. Right? Because people like this do believe in transactional activism. Right? People like this do believe in a quid pro quo activism. So it's two people who are stupid, this person, and the black people who are like, well, we're not showing up anyway, who are arguing with each other. And you're both stupid. You're both dumb. You are. This is probably my feed. I just like, oh, it's so frustrating. Cause it just becomes discourse, you know? It becomes discourse. So I saw me thinking for the gift it's dude fell for the bait, yeah.
You know what's crazy to me, bro, is when they had the BLM protest, everybody was popping out. Every celebrity, YG, the Ball brothers, everybody was popping out. All the sports teams putting BLM on their back, you know what I'm saying, wearing BLM shirts, you know what I'm saying.
Like, he's talking about like celebrities showing up and sports teams putting BLM on their jerseys is like the height of activism. Oh, sorry, he didn't say the Paul brothers. He said the Ball brothers, like LaMelo Ball, the basketball players. I think. I don't think he's saying the Paul brothers. Like,
freedom, wearing all these shirts. I'm talking about the NBA right now, actually. Where is that now? Where are the celebrities now? Where are they protesting now?
Bro, it's been 6 days. It's been 6 days since the protest began. It's been 6 days. Like, I'm sorry, it takes a little bit longer than 6 days to make a song. I promise you, maybe at some point the songs will come out. The songs will come out, and you know, they'll be like, bow. You're gonna get into it. That performative action by company celebs gets nowhere. It doesn't, which is why it's crazy. It's crazy.
Where are the teams now? Why is nobody speaking up?
He's like, why are the NBA teams not talking about freaking the Stop ICE protests? Man, that's crazy. That's wild.
Even Kendrick Lamar made a song. Lil Baby made a song. But where's everybody now? Where's all the celebrities? Why is nobody popping out now? Now that everybody's protesting in Los Angeles, San Diego, Chicago, because of ICE, where is everybody now? Why is nobody speaking up? Why is just the minority speaking up now? You feel what I'm saying? Nobody's talking. Nobody's speaking.
Like, what is he even talking about, bro? I don't even think he knows what he's talking about. What are we talking about, bro? Are black people not minorities? I guess not. I guess black people are not minorities. I wish this had his at here because I want to see what he's saying. Oh, also, I do want to talk about, because my mom sent me this. Khaby Khaby Lame was actually like deported. He was detained and he voluntarily left the US. Like, I thought it was fake news, but like it wasn't fake news. It actually happened. He was actually detained.
The world's most followed TikTok star Khaby Lame has just left the US.
Also, this person put like an essay underneath my TikTok for some reason.
After being detained by ICE. The 25-year-old Italian influencer, born in Senegal, was picked up by immigration agents at Las Vegas airport on June 6th. ICE says Khaby overstayed his visa after entering the country back in April. He was granted voluntary departure, which means he left the country on his own terms instead of being deported. The news first surfaced thanks to conservative influencer Bo Loudon, who claimed he reported Khaby, and even posted a screenshot from the ICE database. But as of now, Khaby's name no longer appears in the system.
Or is it like 60 minutes? It's Daily Mail. But yeah, I can't say what I want to happen to this conservative influencer guy.
Posted a claimed he reported Khaby, and even posted a screenshot. Influencer Bo Loudon, who
Because the AI voice, they don't got people to work, but it's way cheaper not to hire voice actors or whatever. Respond to this TikTok essay guy. What? Oh, you can respond to this. Oh, I can't read. But here, I want to show you the TikTok essay. I think it's kind of funny. He said, you're looking at someone who was incredibly ahead of his time and you're clocking him because he doesn't get the perfect answer to your situation. Who should he have mirrored his answer after? White people are also subject to lies and manipulation of the facts, and despite that, he was advocating for equal rights for black people. Watch the answer from other white people at the time. I think you'll see a much better picture of how far we've come of understanding each other. You went into this clip saying, I know he'll be racist. If you judge others, if you judge before you hear someone's words, you're not really looking to hear them in the first place. I ain't reading all that. Free Palestine. Anyway, anyway. Mason was detained for the ICE protest yesterday. Close. Close. Okay, what else did I have to talk about? Oh, Mama Khalil being released. Or potentially being released soon. $130K, with 30% of the way there. I will do this at 100,000 followers. 100,000 followers, I will fly to the Kennedy Center and I will IRL stream myself doing this. Cap, I'll do it. 100K. I ain't 100K for a while. 100K. Give me to 100K, maybe I'll do it, chat. Maybe I will. You'll never know. Is there no? Oh, jeez Louise. That's not what I was looking for. This one? No.
The Trump administration cannot use U.S. foreign policy interests to justify its detention of a Columbia University student and pro-Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil. A judge making that ruling Wednesday.
Okay. My computer is dying. Probably because I have Premiere Pro still open. Close. And I have Photoshop still open. Close. That's the Washington Examiner. Ugh. Why is there not better sources here? Gosh darn it. Because it happened a few hours ago. We'll go back to this one.
The Trump administration cannot use U.S. foreign policy interests to justify its detention of a Columbia University student and pro-Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil. A judge making that ruling Wednesday. However, the judge stopped short of ordering Khalil's immediate release. Now, Khalil is a legal resident of the United States and has been incarcerated in Louisiana since March without criminal charges. The judge adding that his ruling would not take effect.
Look at how dangerous these protests are, chat. Look at how crazy and dangerous these protests are, man.
Until Friday to give the administration a chance to appeal.
We are joined by our chief legal analyst, Khalil Rhodes. Khalil, when you look at this case, we know Khalil's one of the first. There's others that I'm sure are going through other legal battles right now. Could this set a precedent?
I think this is an outlier case. Yeah. This is the wrong.
Because we're sitting here on the name of the raid. Welcome in.
Wrong type of case for the Trump administration to have picked. This is a person that, as Julia mentioned, has no criminal charges, has a decorated history here as a professor and as a student, one of the highest institutions in our country in terms of education. And so they picked him, attempting to use him as an example in his attempt to almost backfiring on this administration. So now they're grasping for straws, and this is what the judge said. Nothing that I've said in this order says cannot move forward with the process of removing him for, incorrectly filling out his request to stay here on his application. But the original reason for arresting him, the original reason for detaining him since March, there's no basis for that. And that's what the judge said. You can't use the basis, as Marco Rubio said, that he's deemed a threat to U.S. foreign policy without stating or being able to specifically address and pinpoint what U.S. policies he's alleged to go against. I mean, at the very minimum, the judge is asking for you to present the evidence. Show me the facts, show me the receipts, and they were unable to do that, and that's what he said.
Did he already speak, chat, or is this a while ago?
I'm going to say you can't use that. But the problem that I have with this entire ruling is that the Trump administration has done a great job of forcing judges now to walk on eggshells. It's extremely rare for a judge to make a ruling with the anticipation that I will pause, hold, delay my ruling to give you time to do your appeal. Typically, a judge will say, hey, I'm ruling in this fashion. This is my order. Then you can go appeal it whenever you feel like it. But my order will be effective immediately today. The judge said, no, I'll wait. I'll give you 2 or 3 days because he anticipates that an appeal will come. And so now this is what is happening, and this is a shift, I think, in the legal system.
Khalil, we just had you on.
Like a negative shift. If judges are like, this is my ruling, but I'll give you some time to appeal it up to the Supreme Court, which you've owned, which have bought you essentially. So nothing will really change. It's just like, have a spine. Have a little bit of a spine, please. You're a freaking judge. You went to school for like a decade, to get this position. And you're bowing to like a billionaire dude. To be fair, as many politicians and government officials do. But just have a spine.
On the last hour, talking about even rights for people who are prisoners on death row. this man has no criminal background. He's still being held. Why not immediate release? Why is he still behind bars and allowing them to have a chance to appeal when this guy...
To be fair, I stream at a normal time for me. But thank you. Welcome in, chatter.
From what we can tell, should at least be free until his day in court.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why the judge decided to pause it. I mean, this is that anticipatory move. If we're playing chess, he recognized that the government is going to, with their next move, appeal. And so instead of, issuing an order that says you must release him, and then 2 days later he still would be detained, he can foreshadow that I'll give you at least 2 days to figure it out. But even there, nothing in his order would automatically release him because he still would be able to be detained or deported based on his failure to accurately fill out his green card application. So there's a couple of issues with this, but the main portion I'd say is that legal precedent, to your question, is being challenged and changed with a couple of these rulings.
All right, Khalil Rhodes, our legal expert. Khalil, thanks. Appreciate that.
Queen City News Plus. Just search.
Yeah. So he can still be deported, but they can't use the grounds of like he's a threat to the legal system. This news station. It's Queen City News. That's Charlotte. Charlotte's the Queen City. Charlotte, North Carolina. That's my hometown. I don't know why it showed up in this thing. Right, they're one of the only few people who've talked about this for at least any extent of time.
Well, this just in, a federal judge in New Jersey ruled that the Trump administration cannot deport or detain Columbia University activist Mahmoud Khalil there. The ruling focuses on Secretary of State Marco Rubio's determination that Khalil's presence threatens the country's foreign policy interest of preventing anti-Semitism. Now, the preliminary injunction does not go into effect until Friday morning, giving the government a chance to appeal.
That's tomorrow morning. So we'll see. We'll probably see an appeal. Today, or maybe they're too busy with other stuff that they just won't appeal for it or won't appeal it. And he just he's freed. I think they'll appeal actually. I mean, we'll see. Right, but this would be a blow to like the administration's ego. Because this is one of the more high profile arrests that they've done. So I could see them appealing. They don't want to challenge it because it would impact so many other actions. I mean, that would require them to actually abide by what the courts rule in the first place. You know? Like, I don't know. I can't tell what this administration is going to do. But if come tomorrow they don't appeal, then he should be freed. But only time will tell. We shall see. Today they might be too busy with like trying to like annex freaking California from the hands of Gavin Newsom. You know, that might take up a lot of their time and their efforts. So they might let a few things slip through the cracks. But again, we'll see. Honestly, tomorrow and mostly Saturday will be a huge day. Maybe Israel invades Iran. Yeah, maybe we go into like stoking like nuclear conflict with Iran. But it might not be at the top of mind for the Trump administration. Speaking of which, let's take a little look at this.
Earlier this week, the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency said Iran had not been cooperating with the organization and that the agency could not certify Iran's program as peaceful. Rafael Grossi, Director General of the International... I mean,
like, doesn't Iran have no responsibility to abide by any denuclearization deal because Trump pulled out of the denuclearization deal himself? So, like, maybe you shouldn't have done that. Maybe.
atomic
And
energy.
Trump being like, Iran will have no nukes because they're going to denuclearize, and if they don't, they'll still have no nukes because we're going to invade them.
Agency has been supporting the talks between the United States and Iran. He joins us now live from Vienna. Great to have you with us.
There's no way
Thank you
Iran's
very
going to
much.
accept
Good to
the
see you
deal
again.
that was proposed. I mean, they accepted a deal under Obama.
Yes, good to see you. So let's begin with those talks that I understand you've been working closely and intensely with the US and Iran. To what end, and what can you tell us about your involvement?
Well, what I should say, what we should recognize, first of all, is that this is a negotiation between the United States and Iran. And the negotiator is Special Envoy Ambassador Steve Witkoff, and the Foreign Minister of Iran, Dr. Abbas Araghchi, is the Iranian negotiator. Of course, I talked to both.
We're not supposed to talk about what America does in these situations.
Very regularly because of the obvious reason, I would say, that any agreement, to be credible, to be serious, will have to be verifiable. And we are the agency that has been verifying Iran for decades. And it is, of course, to be expected that if we get to the point of an agreement, what they agree should be verifiable. There should be a system to ensure that all these principles that hopefully, and we can discuss about this, hopefully will be reached at some point, can be guaranteed as being observed. So our
Russia have rights to nuke, but not Iran. Legitimately, this is my very bare bones foreign policy analysis. I think it's because Iran, bad. I'm sorry.
Is a supportive role at this stage, and we hope that if the process continues, then it will become more formal.
In case you're wondering, no, I don't have a degree in foreign policy. I'm just that good.
More open.
Donald Trump has been asked about these negotiations quite a bit in the last few days. He told reporters at the White House on Monday this. I just want to play some sound.
They're just asking for things that you can't do. They seek enrichment. We can't have enrichment. We want just the opposite. And so far, they're not there. I hate to say that because the alternative is a very, very dire one, but they're not there.
We can't have enrichment. Those words from Donald Trump. Do you agree with President Trump that Iran should not be allowed to enrich uranium at all?
It's not for me to agree or disagree with the negotiating position of the president. I think the president has done something very, very important in reaching out to Iran. This is very, very important because there was no diplomatic platform. There were no...
Yeah, because he blew it up in his first administration. Is my misunderstanding? Where, like, I feel like I might be misunderstanding. I'm pretty sure that there was at least an inroad to communication, and then Trump was like, yeah, no. That's kind of like the hallmark of his first administration. He blew up a lot of the diplomatic platforms or communication lines with many different nations. And now that he's trying to build those lines back up, be like, oh, what a peaceful dove he is. What a peaceful dove is Donald Trump. He's trying to do diplomacy. Hey, ready to get drafted? Huh. Joke's on you, chatter. I can't get drafted because I will just stop streaming and just go back to school. And as you know, students can't be drafted.
Conversations between Iran and the United States. And while this was happening, Iran continued enriching uranium at very, very high levels, at 60%.
You graduated college today? No, you're not, chatter. You're going back for another degree.
Uranium, uranium isotope.
You have a few more credits left to finish. Can I just be too old? I mean, you could be too old.
It's very, very close to the type of enrichment you need to make a nuclear weapon. So we were having a situation where we were on a collision course or a proliferation course, if I can put it like that, without anybody doing really anything. So I think this has been tremendously important that this process has started, and of course.
Jeez. Okay, I found out that my audience really likes 30-minute long videos. The video that I posted a few days ago, the hour-long video, was, as you can see here, was a 10 out of 10. It got 83 views in like an hour or 2 hours. It was really bad. This video, which is 30 minutes long, got 10 times that many views in the same time period. And it's a 1 out of 10. Which you should watch, by the way, chat. I'm just going to say it. You should watch it. It's a great video. I'm going to watch it, but I fell asleep. It's fine. I don't expect anybody to watch it. To be fair, I didn't put too much time into it. I wanted to get something out. But now I know that something that I put out needs to be like 30 minutes long.
Why not recognize it?
So I'm going to grab some, what's it called? Some toast. BRB. We just killed the club.
Run engaged. But what I think the president is referring to there is, of course, the bone of contention that seems to be affecting the negotiations, which has to do with enrichment. And it is very clear that this technology, of course, because of its potential proliferation effects, needs to be addressed in a correct way. In abstract terms, no technology is forbidden. The problem here, or the situation here, is that there is an international concern. Sometimes my Iranian counterparts remind me of this. They say, well, all the technologies should be available for us, which in principle may be correct, but the other side of the coin is that there has been a patchy past, and there is a legitimate, I would say, concern, which I have been also echoing, when we see an accumulation at this point, more than 400 kilograms of uranium enriched at this very high level without a very clear, use in civilian. Theoretically, there are, but the reality is that Iran is the only country in the world that is doing this. So I see the concern not only on the part of the President of the United States, of course, which is essential, but in general in the international community. So the point here, and I think what Ambassador Witkoff and their counterparts are going to be discussing, is whether there can be a diplomatic formula, political formula, verifiable, where there can be that kind of restraint, which would, allow a convergence, whereby the enrichment, its principle, perhaps some minimalistic formula that could be agreeable for both. Yeah. I don't think it is impossible. I don't think so.
I mean, we did hear from Donald Trump just today on Podforce One saying he's not confident that he can get a deal now. Is this a weaker position than the Iran nuclear deal, the JCPOA, that was signed under Obama in 2015, which was later dismantled by Donald Trump? Is the U.S. now in a weaker negotiating position?
But I wouldn't say so. And again, it's very difficult for me as head of an international organization to pronounce myself on if it's stronger or weaker. I think, that agreement, the JCPOA, was 10 years ago. So the Iran of 10 years ago has nothing to do with the Iran we see now. At that time, they had, I don't want to get too technical here or boring, but the technologies they had were more primitive. They had much less material, less places where they're doing all this enrichment. Now, this program has grown. So I believe that the position of the United States is clearly addressing the heart of the matter. And I think this is the challenge that both sides will have if they want to move towards an agreement, which, and here I will quote the president, because he was saying, if I understood correctly, that the alternative is a dire alternative. And I don't think anybody wants to see conflict or more complicated situations in a region that is already suffering a lot.
Just quickly, can I just ask you about one option for continued enrichment that could benefit energy projects around the Middle East? This idea that's been floated of a regional consortium. Do you think that's a good idea? And where
I think it's an imaginative idea. You know, I'm not familiar with all the details. In my conversations with Ambassador Witkoff, he has mentioned some points about it, and I think it is an interesting way forward, which I hope our Iranian counterparts could also explore, because by bringing other partners.
I'm back, just in time. What I missed? Not much. True and fair. Countries in the world have signed a nuclear non-proliferation agreement a while ago. The goal is stopping the production of nukes. The reason why Iran gets in trouble for the proliferation and Russia and the US don't is because Russia and the US are controlled members of the Security Council of the UN. It's entirely hypocritical. I mean, yeah. But also, have you considered Iran bad? You know? Yes, that's also true. Yeah, I mean, it's hypocrisy. It is hypocrisy. Yeah, wasn't there also something else that happened? Wasn't there like some espionage stuff that happened as well? Oh, we also have to talk about Ethan being sponsored by Diddy Saltman. That's also a thing. Oh, and this one as well. Trigger warning for violence, because I know we all hate we hate violence, man. It's so bad. Here's a kick streamer who went to the protest to start stirring up trouble. Who got a little pop in the mouth. Look at her face. Like, oh, when I go into a place where tensions are high and people are protesting, and I start saying counter-protester language, and people get mad at me, I'm surprised. Oh no! Why would anyone go to kick to stream willingly? For this reason, right? Either they get banned off of Twitch, or they do things like this that will get them banned on Twitch. Rather than say something that'll get them banned on Twitch, and they're kind of preemptively trying to build their audience there. She was smiling so smugly before too. Yeah. The internet makes you forget that you can get punched anytime outside. Yeah. Sorry, I'm making my honey buttered toast. I found my new thing. Even her audience is like good. It's like going to a BLM protest and screaming the hard R, assuming you won't get beat. Yeah. Yeah. Is there more to the clip? She's a destiny orbiter. That makes sense. That makes sense. Is anyone listening to this Merc Off the Perk session with Destiny on her Kick channel? Merc Off the Perk. That makes, yeah. Honestly, let's watch it one more time with that context.
I love fascism! I love ICE! Deport them all! Are you bending over on me on a minor? Bro, I'm a minor. Why are you bending over on a minor? I love fascism! I love ICE! Deport them all!
Like, you can't show up and be like, I'm gonna be an agitator, and then get mad when people are agitated. You are an agitator. What did you expect? What did you expect? So yeah, what's wrong with her? She's a kick streamer. You know, this is exactly what I respect, or exactly what I expect from a kick streamer. I expect exactly this. Oh, okay. I wish I would have saw this earlier yesterday, but this is Foolish talking about LA.
Little topic change, but I do want it to be known that I do think it's wrong. I think it's very inhumane.
I realized that all the creators that I listed in my video were all women, and that was just 'cause I didn't see any men talking about it. So W Foolish for being the one man that I see talking about this. I mean, obviously outside of like Hassan, you know.
Little topic change, but I do want it to be known that I do think it's wrong. I think it's very inhumane, kind of a lack of just, I don't know, value of human lives, the way things are going on about there. Like I remember I saw a video of a guy talking about them like going into school graduations, and I think that's a heartbreaking thing, and that's only one example of everything going on over there. I think it also is a heartbreaking thing too, knowing there's members of people in my community, other communities that could be affected by this, and not just current.
Hey, right, I didn't erase Blau. To be fair, I did cut Blau out of the video because Blau's segment wasn't about him speaking out about the ICE protest and more about him giving extra context about like violence and protest. We know Blau's chill. Blau's been chill on politics for a while, right? But it was just a different topic of discussion. Rage talked about it briefly, which somebody said, but I never saw the clip.
Members, but also members, you know, that maybe used to support and, you know, maybe they don't watch any.
I did see this as well. So I was saying peaceful protests. Okay, so why are the looting and destruction of property? But yeah, I think, again, that's what I talked about in my video, that I think this is important, right? I think it's important for creators to speak about these issues, especially things that are happening in their backyard. I was listening to talk about it, but no other Austin streamer were talking about it, because it feels very easy. And as you can tell by the way that like Tina and like Foolish are, even Blau to a certain extent, we're careful with the words they say, right? Because especially in this situation of this like clip economy of streaming, right? There's a fear of large creators to say the wrong thing if they're not educated on a topic, and then to be called out on like LSF and canceled, or to even say the right thing, but for the wrong people to, you know, for the wrong people to call them out for it, right? And this was what happens when you have a lack of education on these topics, which is why I think that people should be more educated on these topics in the first place, right? But if you're not, because I understand this, because I felt this way like a few years back about Palestine, right? In like 2022, I felt like I couldn't have a take on it because I wasn't educated enough, and it was out of like pure laziness that I just didn't educate myself. And so I'd be like, yeah, I just, you know, I don't like people dying, I don't like civilians dying, I don't know much about what's going on there, until I took the time to educate myself, right, to understand that it's not complicated, it's a very clear moral issue, and to be able to speak confidently on that issue, right? And I think that more creators need to extend themselves beyond their only, like their platform themselves, right? But beyond the bounds of the four walls of their screen, right? And actually learning about things that are happening in the world in general, but even in their local area, to be able to have and talk about these things with a level of confidence, so you don't have to worry about being clipped out of context, right? Especially for an issue that is so close to home. Like, these protests are happening, I guarantee you, because everything in LA is like 45 minutes from each other, right? Even if you're like in like Hollywood, like downtown LA is 45 minutes from downtown, from Hollywood, right? Or like freaking Long Beach or freaking Pasadena. Like everything is 45 minutes away from itself, at least. But for most of you streamers, they live within 45 minutes of these protests, right? Sometimes they live within 20 minutes or down the street from these protests, right? This is in their backyard, you know? I mean, you also don't go to them for political takes, but this isn't politics, chat. Like members of their communities, right, have undocumented family members, right? Members of their communities might be undocumented themselves, and they might genuinely be fearful about their status in this country, and whether or not, like, if they go to their little sibling's graduation tomorrow, there's a chance that they just don't come back, right? And so looking online and wanting people to talk about it, anybody to talk about it, and you see the creators you enjoy going about their regular content, right? Just having fun with their friends and not even giving a second to talk about what you're experiencing. I can understand how that's frustrating, right? I can understand how people will feel some kind of way about the creators that they watch, not caring about what they're going through, right? I know someone undocumented, there's so many undocumented people that didn't go to their family's graduation this week because they were scared. Yeah. And it's important. I think Tina said it best in her clip, right? It's important for people to understand that the people that they are watching don't support what's happening to them. Right? That the creators don't just view them as a pool of money, right? Or numbers to give to advertisers, you know? But instead as human beings that support them and allow them to live the life that they are able to live by going live and playing video games on the internet. You know? And that's why I think it's important. Right? Because these are people that support you. These are people that give you money every month. Some of these people are like, 30, 40, 50 month subscribers. Have shelled out like thousands of dollars over the course of the last 5-6 years to support you in donations, or have watched you for thousands of hours. And to just ignore what they're going through so you can continue to do whatever content you were doing, right? I think that's a bad thing. It definitely puts in my mind that people don't give a shit. And I don't want to think of them that way, but it's definitely getting there. Yeah, and this was my take last year as well. With Palestine, I think it's fair for people to ask or demand of the content creators that they watch to speak up about issues that affect them, that are moral issues. And if they don't, I genuinely think that you should, right, evaluate if you want to continue to watch them. Good, thank you. I'm 44-year-old old, and I find it odd how we were inundated in school with the horrors of how bad humans can get, and now part of those same people are becoming the same type of horrible things. Yeah, because people don't view themselves as horrible people in the moment, right? It's history that puts them in that way or shoves them in that box. For this reason, I think it's important that chatters maintain a level of skepticism for every stream they watch, for every celebrity, frankly. Yeah. I think Senna and Emru are good streamers, but I wish they would stop associating themselves with Asmin. I mean, I agree. I don't disagree. On the Senna part, I can't speak to Emru's character. Emru is way closer to the Asmin than Senna was. Like, Emru was had a podcast with them. And Tectone. For an extended period of time. That only ended because Tectone's either Tectone got exposed for sexual assault, or Tectone's dad got exposed for being a rapist, or Asmongold got banned and canceled. I don't remember. It ended somehow, some way, due to some sort of controversy. Do you think it could partly do with public figures not wanting to look performative, like what happened with corporations co-opting BLM back in 2020? No, not at all. I think that they mostly just either don't care, right? Or they're trying to protect their brand. And they think speaking out against something that is seen as political is brand unsafe for them. Right? Because they'll be clipped and they'll be put on LSF if they have a bad take or whatever. And then it will become a thing. And then haters are going to come in, and then yada, yada, yada. And it is dealing with politics as a generality is something that I, as somebody who does politics on Twitch, to a smaller audience than a lot of these people do, right? You do get a lot of hate. right? You'll have haters watching. It'll be clipped out and posted on like hater subreddits or Twitter or LSF, and things of that nature. And a lot of streamers just don't want to deal with that. They just want to go live and play games with their friends, right? That's kind of it, you know? And so they shy away and they stay away from anything politics related. And sometimes that deeps into like the moral like conundrum as well, like the ICE raids, right? Because it's viewed as politics, people stay away from it, and it seems like they are it seems like at best they are neutral to it, or at worst they are actively supporting what's happening. And that's the problem with being apolitical, and at least not having a line that you'll, you know, address something at. I think that's fair. You don't need to be political. Same with athletes. No, like this isn't, again, sure, this isn't politics, Wesley. ICE raiding the homes of innocent people to deport them, tearing families apart, right? Infesting and invading freaking elementary school graduations to arrest parents isn't politics. This is happening to your backyard. Right? These are your neighbors, especially if you live in LA. Like, these are your neighbors. And so you can't not say anything. A lot of these creators they asking to speak up voted for this. I think you're wrong. I think you're incorrect. I think you're wrong. Like, if you think that like Tina or Foolish or Cinna or Pokimane or Valkyrie or Cutie Cinderella or whatever, or Blau, or any of these people voted for Trump, you're incorrect. Most of these streamers are liberal. More streamers probably didn't vote. They voted for Trump. Yeah, I think most streamers voted for Kamala Harris. Most of these streamers voted for Kamala Harris, if they voted at all. Right? They're playing freaking games with AOC, chat. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, freaking, like, you think the sky is toast? Wait, okay, to be fair, I don't know about toast. Toast may be,
I am.
This is crazy. I remember this happened. This was 4 years ago, chat. This was 4 years ago. This reminds me of the phenomenon where people won't speak up when they witness abuse, harassment in public, to stay out of it so nothing ever changes, like the bystander effect type thing. Wait, it's the chess cheater guy. It's Lupo.
All right.
I didn't even know I reported that on myself.
I didn't see Pokey.
I didn't
saw
see
me.
Pokey.
How many people were there?
This was a crazy stream. This was the stream I started watching Hassan. I started watching Hassan a little bit before this, I think. I think it was 2020. It was 2020. I'm pretty sure. But like, probably like early 2020. I think Toast mentioned that he wanted McDonald's because he supported Israel's genocide. Really? I know Kaide said something similar as well. I kind of want to see that. I searched up toast McDonald's and I got the French toast McGriddle. That's not what I was looking for. Thank you very much, though. Well, I couldn't find it. All I see is we tried to eat everything at McDonald's menu 3 years ago. And then hashtag Mickey D partner 2 years ago. It was on a City On video. Wait, it was in the video? See, it being on stream is one thing, but it being in a video, that's crazy. Let me see. Wait. Why is it showing me freaking... Okay, please, don't show me this. Please, I don't want to see Diddy Saltman and Diddy G. Was it this video? Not BB No Money. Toast. Yes, he did call it genocide. Are you talking to the chatter? I was like, the Popeyes video? This one? The Popeyes in China video? Or is there a different Popeyes video?
Is this a menu?
There's a water station.
At 2:35. Okay.
I think one rice.
One rice plate, okay. And Popeye's beer, soft drinks, desserts. I'm gonna get, I mean, this looks like an Oreo one. I'm gonna get this one.
I'll get the green one.
All right, you're gonna get the green one. And then let's look at the rest of the menu. It looks like a fish fillet type of thing.
Ooh.
You wanna get one of those?
I might have to try the fish fillet.
Okay.
I don't eat McDonald's anymore, you know, because of the...
Yeah, because of the whole supporting genocide, yeah. Cool. Okay, well,
Wait,
that is
okay,
the
it's
Popeye.
crazy based. That's crazy based. In the video too? Okay, that's a like for me. WBDS.
Popeye's menu in Shanghai, so we're going to get...
Finally, streamers who can give it up. The BDS didn't know Amazon was on the priority list. It's not on the priority list. It's on the pressure list. Unless something changed. Was it Beaver? It could have. So John? I mean, like I didn't do anything like Toast was like MAGA, but like that's W. People are gonna call it a genocide, and like that. Again, like, and there's even a bunch of other streamers did as well. Like freaking Tarek did, Kaide did. This was like a while ago. Look at the list right now. Let me have an exclamation point BDS. Why did you not just send the list, Wesley? I don't know what list you're looking at. Hello? It's still a pressure target. Unless it's another thing. Now the country to find out people are anti-genocide 20 months in from off-it comment or end a video, but that's just me. I mean, the video was posted a year ago. Right? So to be fair, it wasn't like or it's not 20 months in. The video was posted a year ago. And I know that there have been streamers in OTV that have talked about it on their stream as well. Right, but I do agree that it could be more prominently displayed. Yeah, it's still a pressure target. It's not a consumer boycott target or a organic boycott target, unless they posted something new, which they might have done. Boycott Microsoft's Xbox. Microsoft boycott Reebok. Chevron, Cisco, HP. Yeah, no, I don't see Amazon on the top. Top of what? Click the link I provided. You didn't provide a link. You didn't give a link. It's organic workout, I think. No, Amazon is a pressure target. This is a Google link. I don't trust this. Yeah, it's just this link. Here it says, yeah, it's still under pressure targets. Oh my goodness. Wesley, you're not reading. It's literally under pressure targets. It's right here. Google and Amazon. President is a joint $1.2 billion contract between Google and Amazon. Wesley, you're not listening. You're not reading. It says it right here. We can look at the freaking like image if you want to, which I open image in new tab. It's still a pressure target. You can't read, Wesley. You can't read. It's under pressure targets. Still. Pressure targets of the BDS movement. I tried to tell you. It's a pressure target. I said it like 7 times. Was able to do his homework? No, Wesley gave up on his homework, so he's fine. Wesley's hard. Yeah, he's trying his best, you know? I can't get too mad at somebody who is just like, this is BDS, because they're trying to be helpful. Definitely still missing Xbox as a new boycott target. Yeah. If you can turn back time. What was I saying? Probably about my video. Anyway, creators talking about politics is nice. I mean, Sian's been to China and Hassan hasn't. To be fair, if Hassan leaves, he ain't coming back. Yeah, does anybody have your age talking about the protests? I already put the video out, so it's too late for me to add it in the video. Doesn't even have global entry anymore. Yeah, we looked at that. Well, actually, did we look at that already, chat? I know I saw it on I saw it. I said it in Discord, or I saw someone talking about it. I think we did look at this. We did look at it. I did. We'll look at it again. What did Xbox do? I looked at the BDS list to find out.
It says, "Dear Hassan Piker, thank you for your participation in the Global Entry program of U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Global Entry is a voluntary program available to travelers that pass a comprehensive background investigation. Applicants found to be ineligible for global entry participation may still be permitted to enter into the United States, although they will not be permitted to use the global entry lanes. We regret to inform you that your membership in global entry has been revoked for the following reason, in parentheses S, reasons. There's a big space there, and the only thing that it says is, you do not meet program eligibility requirements. This is after they gave it to me. So that's it. Was it revoked before Trump's inauguration? No, after. It says, Dear Hassan Piker, thank you for your participation. Complaints most often arise because the traveler's name and personal information is similar to the name and personal information of another person in systems which contain information from federal, state, local, and foreign sources, or because the traveler has been delayed in travel for reasons unrelated to such data, such as by random screening. DHS Trip has researched and completed our review of your case. DHS Trip, this part is amazing, can neither confirm nor deny any information about you which may be within federal watch lists or reveal any law enforcement sensitive information. However, we have made any corrections to records that our inquiries determined were necessary, including, as appropriate, notations that may assist in avoiding incidents of misidentification. For your general information, here's how redress helps you when traveling. It's like, again, that's just general information. Give me why I got I'm asking why I got specifically detained, and they're just like, listen, we can't confirm or deny what it is, but we've made necessary changes. Complaints most often arise because the traveler's name and personal information is similar to the name and personal information of another.
So yeah. There's also this from Code Miko, who's another streamer. The VTuber saying, when is the next midterm elections? I'm putting it on my calendar and putting an alarm to it as well. I'm definitely participating. You should too. Like, this is cool and this is good. I'm glad that more creators are more open about their political and civic activities. But like, that's not happening for over a year. Right? And there are things that we need to be doing in the interim that's not just, you know, voting in elections. The first reply, I saw the first reply when I opened it the first time. I'll talk about it in a second, right? That's not just, you know, I'm going to vote in an election. That is going to institute change. I think there's a few things. I'm not saying like, oh, you need to be out in the streets literally like, you know, every day or whatever, or you need to tell your audience to go burn a Waymo. But I'm saying that like just education. Right? Education. If you don't like the Republicans and what the Republicans are doing, you got to talk about what the Republicans are doing. Right? Don't let there be an implication that like, oh yeah, I think the state of the government is bad. Right? I think the government state is bad and not good. Yeah. Libs don't know activism other than voting. And that's where we need to teach them. Like, this person is not like an ideological liberal. I draw a distinction between ideological liberals and like liberals in general, right? This is not like Harry Sisson, who is ideologically tied to the Democratic Party. This is somebody who thinks that voting is genuinely the effective strategy to instituting change, right? And that is where we need to come in as leftists to pull people to the correct position. They're more to support the movement too, right? Like donating to people on the ground if some don't feel comfortable already or can't be in the protest. Even before donating and like monetary support, like just education. Literally just talking about the things that you don't agree with the Republicans on your stream. That has more staying power than just being like, guys, you should vote. You should vote. Right? This is funny though. Like, we need way more Republicans in the House and Senate into being ill. This is funny. But like, being like, I don't think that I should be doing raids. I don't think I should be tearing apart families. This whole general, like, voting is your civic duty. And no matter who you vote for, I think you should just go out and utilize your civic duty. It just doesn't work. Right? It doesn't work. You need to be talking about the draconian policies of the Trump administration and how people can protect their own communities in the interim until we get to an election. Then maybe things can change. Right? Like, you just talk about like supporting your neighbors, reporting ICE to local communities, distributing flyers about know your rights, right? Keeping an eye out for ICE, using your, I don't want to say like, you know, citizenship privilege, but like a little bit citizenship privilege to like protect the most vulnerable people among us. You know? But we need more than just, I'm voting in the midterm election. Right? And even if you're going to do that, we need more than just this. It should be, I'm voting in the midterm elections because I don't agree with what ICE is doing here. And maybe there's another tweet that Komiko did that says that, but I feel like that's a necessary part. Because a lot of the audience doesn't know what ICE is doing. They don't know what you are, as a streamer, you know, like standing against. She did retweet this, which is kind of funny. So I'll give her respect. A reminder that what really sparked the first American Revolution was when military fired on protesters. Still kind of lived up, but it's a little bit more like, you know, it's a little bit closer to the topic of discussion. You still need to be like more clear about, you know, you should be a protester, go protest, or something like that, right? Just more than just, you know, I'm going to vote. P. Hegseth will not commit on following the court decision while testifying against Ro Khanna in the hearing right now. I mean, that's not surprising. That's not surprising. What does Leak Hegseth have to say? Let's see what Leak Hegseth is saying.
Salvador, given the strong that from that,
the court should be respected in military matters.
This is not my lane, but we also recognize that the way in which the judiciary has expanded its powers.
But can you just give a simple? Okay, let me ask you this: two simple questions. You got 30 seconds. I'm not trying to trick you. I think it would assure the American people, because we shouldn't. It shouldn't be Ro Khanna's view of the Constitution. It shouldn't be Secretary Hegseth's. It should be the Supreme Court and the federal courts. Can you assure the American people on two things? You will respect any Supreme Court decision on this matter about whether the Marines are constitutional, and you will respect the district courts when they rule before the Supreme Court rules.
What I can say is we should not have local judges determining foreign policy or national security policy for the country.
So you're not willing to say you would respect those decisions?
What I'm saying is local district judges shouldn't make foreign policy for the United States.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Kelly.
I mean, yeah. That's not surprising. Even if they said, right? Even if he said, yeah, we'll respect it, and he doesn't respect it, who cares? It doesn't matter. They just won't do it. There's no rule of law with these people, you know? There's no norms and customs. They're just not. They'll just do whatever they want to do. Because they realize that who's going to stop them? Not the Democrats. Not the Democrats. President Fed posting on IG? Fed posting in what way? Is he saying to blow up Waymos? I fear the Trump administration will plant violent protesters among the peaceful protests. They will use this as an excuse to use force against us. From the moment forward, at every protest, you must do the following. The moment violence or property damage begins, every other protesters must immediately send. No! No! Stop! Stop! Oh my goodness! Please stop sharing this. Please, please stop sharing this. You should not. Wait. So okay, you're like at a protest. You're like there for 5 seconds. All right, guys, we're gonna march in this direction. Right? Somebody throws a water bottle. No, somebody drops a water bottle. Violence on program. I stole that from Grandma. Grandma made a good point when he said that. Like, somebody drops a water bottle. Like, oops, sorry, I dropped a water bottle. On program. Nobody move. We're sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Everybody, hands on your head, get on the ground. Please arrest us now. Please step on us, Fed Daddy. Please. Where he said hashtag Gandhi? Stop. Like, there's like 3 levels of this. It's, you know, be water, don't get arrested. There's make induced strategic arrests. And then there's literally just bring the lambs to the slaughter. The media needs to film this. This will reveal paid thugs posing as protesters becoming violent. The sitting down must spread like a wave in a football field throughout the clouds. Local police will see immediately who is doing the damage, and the rest of us will demonstrate our non-peaceful innocence and retain our constitutionally protected right to protest. Bro, I hate liberals, dog. This is not going to protect you. It's not going to protect you. I don't know what to tell you. It's not. Do you think that like somebody throws a water bottle, you get on your hands and knees, right? And you lower yourself to the ground and the police are just gonna be like, that one. You run over, you grab and arrest that guy, and you get up and you keep marching?
Cadenza 23 just subscribed. As a person in film music, Hans Zimmer is personally responsible for making it impossible to unionize my industry.
That's crazy. This is horrible advice, so this is going to get people seriously hurt. I miss my bonnet.
No, an executive order cannot get rid of the Department of Education.
Okay, sick. Yeah, you're gonna be like, this. Okay, this makes me so mad. Yeah, dog, you're gonna like, okay, no, it's unconstitutional. Our rights away until like we are literally being marched into death camps. You know what I mean? Like, bro is like would be like chained to his like fellow man, being marched into the internment camps, being like, you know, Donald Trump doesn't have the ability to do this actually. Yeah, you're like, no, a dog can't play basketball. The dog is just boom, just dunking on us. Like the scoreboard goes like 99-0, and you're just like, bro, the rule book says a dog can't play basketball. Yeah. Literally. Protect the peaceful protest, the sit down wave. But this is also hashtag Gandhi. What to do if violence breaks out at a protest? Sit down together. Lower yourself to the ground immediately. Stay where you are. Silence is power. Stop chanting. Put down signs. Remain silent. Bro, the FBI cooked with this one. I'm not even gonna lie. The FBI cooked with this one. They crafted the most perfect piece of propaganda to keep the people docile. They gave you 5 rules about how to make an ineffective protest and demonstration. Right? All that they missed is step number 0, ask for permission first. Three, spread the signal. Gesture or quietly tell others to sit. Silent. Silent. You can't say anything. Is this sponsored by the LAPD? Let the action ripple through the crowd like a wave. 4, do not engage. Do not argue, confront, or respond to aggression. Discipline speaks for itself. Discipline speaks for itself? Discipline speaks for itself? Five, make peace visible. A calm, seated crowd is a powerful image for the world and the cameras to see. To what end? Genuinely, I have to ask these people. To what end? If you're very quiet and still, the police will move on like guards in a video game. Yeah. And they'll let you get back up and then keep marching. Also, wait. There's no 6th step to like continue. So is the protest just over? Do you just sit there forever? Until the cops are like, okay, time to disperse. And then you're like, okay, police. Can I look your boot before I go? No? Okay. Okay, we're just gonna leave then. Is the protest just over? Just one bottle is thrown? This is the problem, right? This is an effort to like curb the like feds in the protest, but like this just lets the feds in the protest control the cadence of the protest. Am I mistaken, chat? One fed with a water bottle or a can of soup can literally shut down the entire protest. All it takes is a single fed to just, I'm violent, water bottle, concrete. And the protest is done. They're like, everybody sit down. It's this guy. He's the violent guy you want. And then the protest is over. I give my Wall Street trying out this tactic of sitting quietly. Yeah. And this is going to be exactly what happens, by the way. It'll be, they're going to beat you up. You're not going to maintain your right to protest. They're going to call it violent regardless. You know, chat, 97% of all of the demonstrations, all of them across the country for BLM throughout the entire summer, 97% were peaceful. But that's not the way you would get it if you watch the media. The media talked about all of the looting and the violence and the riots, and Obama called them thugs, and freaking what's his face? Biden probably said a slur or something, you know? They still classified the protests as violent. even though they were overwhelmingly peaceful. Overwhelmingly peaceful. This is not going to save you. It's not going to protect your right to protest. It's not happening. It's not. It's almost like they want their people to get sprayed while sitting for optics. Which, if that's what they said, that would be one thing, right? If they were just like, "Oh, this is what happened in the civil rights movement, right? We need to be peaceful." So when the cops beat us up, right? They can see that, right? But that's not even what they're saying. Right? I don't even agree with that, but that's not even what they're saying. What they're saying is literally like, "Oh, if we're nice to the police, they'll let us keep protesting." Right? They'll let us keep protesting. Also, where is the No Kings rally going to be in LA? It will also be in downtown LA. I might go just to see, just to look. And I will be sitting down. That's right. Once a water bottle is thrown, I will be sitting down. Thank you very much. That pisses me off if the media acts like protesters are there for fun. They actually want meaningful change, and that happens. I guess no protests, no violent outliers. Yeah. Well, they think that it's all feds. So, also there will inevitably be people who don't do this, who are violent with the cops, will not differentiate. So a bunch of people will sit down and get trampled or shot or gassed. No, not even that. Not even like, I mean, yes, that they will get trampled, shot, and gassed. It will happen. You are going to see that they think that this is going to save them. You're going to see like, you know what? I'll say you'll see like 20%. Right? 20% of the people will sit down, and most others won't. And then the people who are sitting down will also be trampled by the people who are running away from the rubber bullets. Right? So you're literally, it's like being at a concert and be like, "Guys, we're all going to this very big concert in this very small venue to avoid crowd crush. Make sure you sit down on the floor so your bodies are not pressing up against one another." Like, no, you should not do that, actually. That's really bad to do. You should not sit down on the floor when a mass of people are moving in multiple directions. You should not. Right? What are good techniques? What you should do is you should one, not stay silent. You should all start chanting. Right? The same thing. I don't care if you start chanting a peaceful protest or whatever, right? You all start chanting the same thing. You refocus everybody's energy on the correct thing instead of like people burning Waymos, right? You refocus that energy down to the productive avenue. That's how you correct from the violence that brews from the protests, right? That's how you do it. You don't sit down on the ground. Like, are you telling me that people see the phrase "lower yourselves to the ground immediately" and that doesn't ring alarm bells in their mind? It says lower yourself to the ground immediately. Stay where you are. That's cop speak. Cops say that. That sounds arresty because it is. It's literally cop instructions. Lower yourself to the ground immediately. Stay where you are. Stop chanting. Put the signs down. Remain silent. Gesture and quietly tell others to sit. Do not argue, confront, or respond to aggression. Discipline speaks for itself. This is cop speak. A cop wrote this. Want to see a million posts like this? Visit r/5051 or 5501. Not 5051. That's a different thing. I am curious. Like, to be fair, you're not horrible. Search the term flag or peace for the last 24 hours, you'll see stuff like this. I'm conflicted. I want to show up to these liberal protests, but the number, because numbers matter. I can humble myself to be less radical, but this is stupid. It makes me wonder if be criticized for not being stupid like this there. You should still go, chat. Because there will be other radical people there. I will say, go to this protest, look for people with keffiyehs, right? Palestine flags, things like that. And find your people. Because you know that you're at least there for the same mission and for the same goal. Right? The numbers are important. Right? The numbers are important. And so I think if you can go, you should still go. Anyone who isn't waving an American flag? Yeah, essentially. Or the Israeli flag. Which I will not be surprised if you see out there. Right? I'm just gonna say. Oh my goodness, these people are feds. They're ops. If you want to beat up MAGA, listen up. Trump and Miller and the Heritage Foundation are aiming to incite. You know Trump was a reality show guy. If you know history, you know these images of the police beating up peaceful protesters affect the nation during the civil rights movement. We can't trust major media to get the majority of the videos, the majority of peaceful protests out, so you need to be disciplined. Each of you, individually. When you're in a protest that gets attacked, sit down and encourage those who don't know to sit. Leaders dedicate clusters, many to document everything. Spread it everywhere, live stream and upload. People who can't join, spread the videos as widely as possible. When it's 50-51, it's 50 protests in 50 states on one day. Or one movement, it says on the thing. Do they get paid for this? Like, I don't know. I don't know, right? Like, even, this is what I'll say. Even if you want to have the take of like, we want the good optics or whatever, I can disagree with it, but I'm like, okay, whatever. Don't sit down. Stop telling people to sit down. Stop. People only sat at protests, right? When it was a sit-in protest. You don't sit at marches. You do not sit at marches. You only sit when you are occupying space. That is it. That is all. You only sit when you are occupying space. If you are not occupying space, you do not sit. Now, if you're going to be like, okay, we're going to occupy the 101 freeway, you go to the freeway and you sit down. That's fine, right? Oh, we're going to occupy this building. You go into this building, you sit down to occupy it, that's fine. But you do not sit at marches. You do not. It is so insanely unsafe. So insanely unsafe. If you're sitting, you're getting dragged off and arrested. Yeah. Sitting did not work well for the guy who the police used their horses to trample. Yeah, and he was forced to the ground. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, just lie to road so the cops can run over you in a single file line. Make it easy for them, you know? Make it easy for them. Bring your own handcuffs too. Like, oh, hi, police, here. I brought my pink fuzzy ones from home. Like, just don't do this. You're supposed to shoot rubber bullets at the ground to bounce, sitting down increases your chances of getting hit on the head. Well, one, they don't do that anyway. So I don't think that matters the biggest amount, because they don't shoot. They never shoot rubber bullets at the ground. They just don't do it. Right? I think the trampling is the problem. The trampling, you're gonna be closer to the tear gas canisters that they will deploy on you. You're gonna be sitting in a kumbaya circle, and a tear gas canister is gonna be like, boop, right there in front of you, right into your face. Right? Because you know for a fact they're not bringing protection. Right? You know for a fact they're not bringing protection. These liberals are in for a rude awakening. A rude awakening come Saturday. And it's going to be up for, and this is my take, chat, which is why I still think you should go. It's going to be up to, like, the leftists in the crowd to, like, save these liberals. Right? They're going to be getting shot with rubber bullets. They're going to be getting tear gassed. Right? And they're not going to know what to do. And it's up to us to guide them the correct way and to keep them effective. That's it. That's it. They are going to learn Saturday that the National Guard and the police are not on their side, no matter how peaceful they are. That's just the case. To be fair, the daytime lit protests are going to be normal-ish, like more like marches. The problem will arise if they participate in anti-ICE protests. I don't agree. I think in LA, I think it's a different story, because there's already an established presence of militarization. Like, they didn't wait for the nighttime to start being violent to people. They started on Hassan's stream. They were shooting, right? Sniping at freaking protesters in the press. Right? And there's going to be like 10 times that many people out on Saturday. They're not going to hesitate. I think the state might have different instructions for the protest to emphasize the narrative that they're going after, only going after violent rioters. I don't know. Maybe in the national space, but I think for LA, I think it'll be different. Because of the established protests that are happening here. I think it'll be, I think LA will be a very different situation than like the other protests. It was the end for leftists watching Ethan Klein, who was laughing at Australian reporter getting shot at rubber bullets, and thinking that she was laughing. Love had to tell him that there's welts from it. I fear that liberals don't get the gravity of any of this. I mean, it's Ethan Klein, you know. He's not a normal liberal. He's a douchebag.
I shot me in the nuts, and now I'm losing a ball. Surgery is tomorrow. But you know who else only had one ball? Tupac and Hit.
Yeah. I will say, one, I don't like how crunchy this sandwich is. Crunchy sandwich make me uncomfortable. Like, why does the sandwich crunch like that?
Tomorrow.
Lettuce, maybe? There's lettuce in there for sure? Maybe. Maybe put chips in there? No, chips would crunch a lot. I think lettuce makes the most sense. Chips will like crunch and crumble. But this is like one, one, strong crunch. Yeah, I think it's lettuce. Or a pickle. Or a pickle. A very crunchy pickle. Yeah, that's one crunch. Yeah. The community of Tucson, haha, see, I remember chatter, repels ICE invaders by spraying them with paintballs and throwing metal barricades and other projectiles while defending the crowd with shields, helmets / goggles in a tight formation, and ICE thugs retreat like coward paper tigers. Take notes. Take notes about what not to do. I condemn. Get mad, pig. Get mad, pig. Walk, yeah, keep walking though. What they should actually do in this situation is sit down, #Gandhi. Yeah, get pelted by paintball guns. Are they watching you because we will watch something about someone getting shot in a protest and fast and immediately focus on the level of crunch and bro sandwich? It's the best. I mean, we're talking about the important things here. Talk about the important things here. Bro, he couldn't get his pepper spray out. It didn't work, piggy. Oink, oink, oink. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, you don't like it when you get sprayed. Oh, that makes you sad, doesn't it? Oh, look at him. Look at him walk away. Oh, it's sad. Oh, look at him. Wait. It's literally this. Hello?
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping. And the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound.
Won't somebody think of the ICE protest?
In restless dreams I walked alone.
I'm sorry, I can't get it. This image is so funny. This image is so funny. Back up now. Yeah, you better back up. You better back up now. Back up. Back up. You gotta back up. You better. Oh, that's so funny. Ow. 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 Give me a second. Have they considered the optics? Yeah. Have they considered the optics? I don't know. I don't think they have. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk to you again. Gonna make fun of pigs a little more.
Get a smaller pair
Please enjoy the video. 1 minute full video of DHA isn't being able to cut it
of
out.
scissors, bro.
But why are they using safety scissors? What are they trying to cut? Obviously a rope, but like.
Cut that rope, the whole flag's gonna come.
Get a smaller pair of scissors, bro. That one's too big, bro. That one's too big. Get a smaller one.
After done with that, cut it about an inch higher. Work that out.
Get some nail clippers. Get some nail clippers. That'll work better.
Aggressive.
SPD in a nutshell.
There's a new guy.
Learn how to cut.
He's struggling. He can't figure it out.
Bro, why is he using such a small pair of scissors?
Oh, he's got to get a real knife. There he goes. There he goes. There he goes.
Oh, look at it.
Don't get your buddy in the head, bro.
Bro, why are they cutting up so high?
Oh, don't get your buddy in the head.
We're unarmed.
Yeah, don't cut him up. We're gonna have to pay for his medical bills.
He still can't do it. He still can't do it. He still can't do it. Look at him. Look at him. He can't do it. He cannot do it.
Cut that rope, the whole flag's gonna come.
Get a smaller pair of scissors, bro.
That's crazy. That's crazy. With medical scissors, but it's still funny. Why is he using medical scissors to cut a rope? Also, why is he cutting it so high up? Yeah, the best and the brightest. I like my tax dollars going to these people. What is that rope? It's made of tungsten. That's why it was so difficult to cut. We're laughing, but like this man is Superman for being able to cut a rope that's strong, you know? Y'all wouldn't understand it. Y'all wouldn't understand it. I watched 12-year-olds with more proficiency at cutting ropes. Yeah. Should have been a Boy Scout. Should have been doing the Boy Scouts instead of the JRTC. Don't know what to tell you. Would have been able to cut a rope then. Yeah. I think I covered most of this. Was there something else I wanted to say or show? It's funny as the weakest rebel of all time, actually. Strongest cop. This video will be deleted in 6 days. Do I want to see what Bernie Sanders is saying about LA? Oh, okay. I want to see what Connor is saying about LA. He's washed. Don't say that about my goat.
So I think it'll be something Lovers vs. the World, which I think will be fun because there'll be a time limit. It'll be Lovers vs. the World, but we'll have a max like 4-day, 5-day window to do it, which I think will make it a lot more tense and maybe harder because we don't have a week to reflect. Should be interesting.
Manager
Well, this is
goat?
the world of the
No.
league week for sure. I think so too. And it'll be in person, so should change a lot of the dynamics, a lot of the ping issues that we had. Is this in June? Yeah, I'll be June either like 24th or 25th. I don't know which one. I'm still trying to find out, but it'll be around one of those days. Lud normally locks this stuff in, I want to say like a week or two before. That's assuming that LA is not in complete and utter disarray. So we'll see. We need to see what happens in the next 2 weeks. We got to see what goes down. We'll see. I'm watching very carefully on the sidelines. I'm like, We'll see. Aware indeed. Don't get deported. Yeah, that is a scary concern, I will admit. Just being harassed or questioned going into the country. But, you know, we'll see.
I think you're fine, Connor. If I had to venture a guess, I think you're okay. But you're white. Not even because he's white, right? That's part of it, yes. But like deport thing is not totally unfounded. No, it is. He's not. It's like trying to live in the U.S. Right? He's not trying to establish residency. Right? He's coming from freaking Japan. Like he's not like they're not gonna kick him out. His country's not under the travel ban. Right? Also, he's also white. You know? So like of everybody who could be deported in the world, like coming to the US from where they're coming from, Connor is like pretty low down on the list of like getting deported. You know? He's like visiting for a small period of time. Right? So he doesn't need a visa. He's not living in the US. Right? And he's Caucasian. So him being questioned is pretty low as well.
I got time. You're white, it's fine. I think it seems like they're kind of doing a Hail Mary on everyone. But yeah, I'm hoping the white privilege kicks in, as they say. I don't know who says that. Just to say I'm here to spend money. Okay, thank you. I'll let them know. Would be fire content. No, it would not. Please don't deport me, LA. I don't want to deal with this. They got the white Welsh skill the other month. Let's figure out Lovers vs. the World versus League Week 2. Yeah, oh, Lud's here.
I will say, Kickson is insane. I mean, it's a joke, right? So I'm not gonna like chastise him by being a normal leftist and be like, how dare you make a joke or whatever. But I will say it is a bit weird to talk about LA but not acknowledge the fact that people are currently being deported and torn away from their families, which maybe he talked about in the full VOD, right? But like for the clip, right, for the clip, it feels like, yeah, he's speaking like it's inconvenience for him and not that it's actually affecting people's lives. And I wouldn't have a problem with him joking about like, you know, visiting LA soon and being like scared about like what's going to happen. That's fine. That's chill. But like, you kind of have to address that. Like you're visiting Los Angeles. There are Angelinos who've lived here for their entire lives being deported. There are children being deported. I feel like that's important to just mention, right? Be like, yeah, you know, I'm a bit scared about like going to LA because of what's going on, but like I also want to say that I think it's terrible that children are being deported, you know? Like he's like I'm watching on the sideline, but not about like the children being deported. Who cares about that? I'm watching to see how much military presence I'm going to have to deal with when I visit, you know? And that's why it's a bit weird to me. You know? Did he mention the labor issues in the anime industry he's not speaking of? I mean, but he's going to LA. He talked about what's going on, he said. few minutes ago, someone posted kids are being black bagged by ICE at court in Chicago. So yeah, what did Atriarch say? Because Atriarch is also like, you know, resident like business lib. I am slightly curious. Right? You see the OTK kick thing? Yeah, we talked about it a little bit ago. He made a video on it. It was interesting. Wait, has any of the men we talked about besides Foolish had a good take on this? Gosh darn it, men are disappointing. Jigger the free market Andy has such a love-hate relationship with him as a content creator. I acknowledge people who are like capitalists at nature or by nature. You see us talk about ICE specifically or just allude to general unrest. I haven't seen his stuff. The second one. He just alluded to general unrest. He'd be like, I'm kind of scared about like what's going on in LA. Things like that. Yeah, we saw what Foolish had to say earlier. Adrian's not gonna have a video on it. It's gonna be give it his long VOD if you talked about it. What? It's right here. I saw the LA protests.
Hi, I am not doing a normal clip today. In fact, we probably missed our upload, which is my fault, not Adish's, because I told him that I wanted to record something about the LA protests, and then I couldn't really find the word.
About a protest, but also said people who were doing bad should go to jail.
So I had a whole presentation, and I decided I just really kind of want to do it in one take from the heart and just to say what I'm feeling. I went to the LA protests in person yesterday and talked to people and gave out water and even gave out some flags because I'm an optics guy, and I thought it'd be nice if we had some.
I mean, genuinely, if somebody goes to the protest, they get a certain level of charitability from me by just going, by the way. Like you can say yuck or ill or whatever, and that's fair, but like just going to the protest is more than most people do in general. So there's already a step up, right? So is the protest not a puzzle? He's joking, chat. It's a joke. Right? I'm not saying he can't be wrong or bad, and we're gonna criticize him if he is incorrect and wrong, right? But I will say that like he gets a level of charity from me by proxy of going there, right, and participating in general, even if it's like a libbed up like no violence kind of thing. Like he still went, which is more than others creators can say. Yeah, he gets a participation trophy.
Mexican flags to show that, you know, it's very American to protest. You should be allowed to do it. And I saw a lot of stuff online that's like really deeply misinformation. And so I want to talk. I just want to talk about it. Well, actually, there's two things I want to talk about. One is I think we all know why Trump is doing this. The news cycle 1 week ago was everyone's infighting over the big, beautiful bill. Republicans are in disarray. Elon Musk is calling Trump a pedophile and saying we're going to have a recession by the end of the year. Economic data was coming out that was really bad. I mean, jobs are not hiring. Like most big companies are just completely frozen on hiring. And house sales are plummeting. Like people are just, there's way, way, way more sellers than buyers now, which means we're due for like tumultuous times, at least for the late summer. And that was what all the news cycle was covering. And you know Donald Trump, he's watching cable news in the White House every night. And this news cycle was bad. And I think he needed to shift the news cycle. There's another fact you might not know, is that of all of the issues that Trump is polled on, there's only one where he's not underwater, and that's immigration. 54% support on immigration. Everything else is under 50%. He's plummeting on the economy, on foreign policy, on trade.
I think this is a very lived up argument, kind of like the, you know, metrics or like Alan Lichtman, like the keys are saying this kind of thing. Like it's not, I don't think based in like material reality, but instead in like polling and in numbers. I don't think Trump is doing this because he's trying to save face, because he's polling low. I don't think Trump cares necessarily about doing things that make him pull low, right? He's a fascist. He cares about doing things that make himself feel powerful, right? And sometimes he does feel powerful by having high approval ratings, right? I think what he's saying it does partially explain the timing. No, I don't agree, right? Because this has been happening for 6 months. Trump has been deporting people using ICE as like a paramilitary group for 6 months. This is not new, right? There have been quotas for 6 months. This is not new. What's happening now is not Trump doing anything new. It's about the reaction to Trump, right? That's what's new. The widespread protests is what's new. The actions have been happening, right? People just didn't care when they were arresting and trying to deport pro-Palestinian supporters. You know? So I don't think H-Track is entirely incorrect, right? But I think that it's not the main thing that is what's causing this current state to turn into effect. This is even the first time ICE was allowed in LA. No, they've been in LA. Right? What is new is, again, the reaction to it. It's the ICE going to Home Depots. ICE arresting and deporting like children. Like that's more visible now, but that's only more visible due to the reaction to it. If there was no reaction to it, nobody would be talking about it. Right? And so I think it's part of it, but it's not the main thing.
On inflation. Okay, but on immigration, if you can focus the story on that, he's still popular. And that's because 98% of Republicans back him on this. He's got it's lockstep. The one unifying thing of all the different factions of the Republican Party is that they want to kick out immigrants, ideally in the most public and like demeaning way possible. And so that's what he needed the story to be. And obviously, listen, I know California is like statistically the most unpopular state. Los Angeles is probably the most unpopular city in California. And Karen Bass, the mayor, is terrible, right? So if you can make that your enemy and get a big news cycle out of that, it's gonna rile everyone up and get people back on your side. And that's what's going on here. Okay, I think we all know that. This is all
I
to
don't
get
know
people-
actually. So I won't speak to it. I don't know if that's the case.
We'll stop talking about Epstein and the big bill and the shitty economy and trade. It's to focus back on the one.
I don't think that it's a misdirection though. I don't. I think Trump was just doing Trump shit. And he just happened to get a reaction in Los Angeles. Because of course he did. Right? But he's still doing this. He did it in my freaking home state, North Carolina. ICE is arresting and deporting people, but I'm not hearing about it. I only heard about it when I went back and watched the local news there. Right? Like, I don't think that this is what Trump was intending on doing. Like, he wasn't trying to use LA as a show of force until LA started to fight back. And LA just happened to be the first state that was fighting back.
Core issue. However, I want to talk about that issue. My wife is Latina. I don't know if you
line in North Carolina is terrible. Yeah, it's bad everywhere.
You guys know this, and her parents are Mexican, and they're staying with us right. Wife is Latina. I don't know if you guys know this, and her parents are Mexican, and they're staying with us right now. And I'm talking to them, and I've met her family, and many of them are on that borderline.
That's sick. Yeah, 704. I have a degree from UNC Charlotte. I went to NC State and I went to A&T. I've been all over North Carolina. I was there for like 24 years of my life. 23 years. 919, ugh. Not as cool. 704, but I'm from the 252. Also not as cool. 910. That's even worse.
Some are American citizens, some are trying to get their green card, some are, in the process. Just knowing this many good people who have to live in like a consistent, elevated state of fear. And that's not just them. I shouldn't make it all about my family. I was talking to people yesterday at the protest.
Asheville is, I think, the most beautiful place in like North Carolina. Anytime HR just like the politician, it's almost always because the politician is proposing anti-middle class economic stuff that's usually his focus, not securing the lives from the bottom up. He's not helping poor people at all. He's an econ guy, very stock market brain. And that's not a unique take, which is what I'll say. 828 checking in. What's the 828? What area is that? Is that Western? Mountains? Okay, yeah. Oh my goodness, that is so funny. That is so funny. Stop. Okay, someone needs to make one of those videos, like those TikTok videos that like starts at the regular speed, but then it gets faster and faster and faster and faster with this. I would die laughing. Oh, I would die laughing. Didn't have Looney Tunes tripwires in my notebook to counter pig tactics, but hey. It's so funny. It's such an interesting place. I don't have anything. I don't know anything about it, but the people they are just so normal. Yeah. North Carolina are full of normal people. Is add a weeb bowling strike sound to that? That's so funny. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's so funny. Okay, one more time. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so funny. I love that. I love that.
Hello, if you don't know me.
Hello. Let's finish this off, or let's continue with this one.
Protest. It's just a heightened state of fear. And I know if you look at I was talking to people yesterday at the protest. It's just a heightened state of fear. And I know if you look at the most incendiary photos and videos of this protest and you see some guy on the hood of a burning Waymo with a Mexican flag, you think, oh, that guy's a problem. You know what? He is. Lock that guy up. I don't care. But understand that 99% of the people, more than that, 99.9% of the people at that protest are just trying to express a very human desire to stop getting fucked with by ICE.
I think that's fair, chat. All right, chill. Hold your pitchforks. I think this is fair framing. I do. I think that this is fair framing to be like, you know, who cares about this guy? No one cares. This is what the actual point is. He's reframing the conversation, right? And y'all are so focused on like, oh, you didn't say this guy is super based. How dare you, right? You didn't say this guy is super based. How dare you, right? But instead of he's reframing the protest instead of being about because he said lock him up. Who cares? I don't care if he said lock him up or didn't. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care, right? He's reframing the protest in a way that it's actually about the issues. If you just said who cares, it would be as effective. I don't care. I don't care. Genuinely, I don't care about like, this is like getting mad at Hassan for being like, anybody who ever expressed any support for Israel can be the local dog catcher, and like Ethan being like, oh, he didn't ever support any protest, positive feelings of Israel ever. How dare you say that, right? Like you're getting into the weeds about this that doesn't need to be getting in the weeds about, right? I think his message was just, who cares about the guy? He's just a liberal. Yeah. He's just saying like, who cares about the guy? It's violence. Like, that's not the point. As long as you reframe it, I don't care. Don't demonize them, but I'll turn away from that. If they get locked up, we bail them out as a complex thing. Some will be martyrs in the sense that will risk jail. Yeah, it's just, I feel like just getting mad at that instead of like talking about the words that he's saying. I think it's silly, right? It's the same like leftist purity testing. You'd be like, oh, you didn't say that violence is super based and that we need it, then you're not an ally or whatever. Like, if he's doing effective messaging, which is refocusing away from like the violence that exists at protests to like the actual reason why people are protesting in the first place, I think that that's a net positive.
A very human desire to stop getting fucked with by ICE, dude. It's crazy. Especially, it's like if you bring up race, it becomes this whole thing, but especially if you're brown. Dude, 4.8 million people in Los Angeles County are Latino, and they're afraid. Dude, you talk to them, they're afraid. They're walking around carrying birth certificates and papers and passports because they're afraid.
Like this is the important part, right? This is the part that people need to hear. Not about, even from a leftist, we should not be talking about how super base and awesome violence is, right? That should not be our perspective or our point. Our job is to do exactly this, is to contextualize away from the violent parts, to be like, these are human people, these are human beings, these are people, and they are afraid, right? The Waymos are a distraction. We should not be talking about the Waymos, right? I think H-Rock is doing that well. I think he's doing that well here. Right? If you get into the weeds about justifying, no, listen, we needed to burn this Waymo, and this is why it's important. I think that's dumb. Right? It should be like, who cares about the Waymos? Nobody cares about the Waymos. Right? I will agree that, I would say like getting into like the intricacies about whoever burned that Waymo needs to go to jail or whatever. I think that's stupid. That is dumb. I think it's fair to say. But like, when you start arguing about like why this Waymo needed to be burned, you start losing the actual conversation about like what ICE is doing and why that's the real evil. Right? Why that's the real issue. And so I think what he's doing here is effective. You know?
There's like plainclothes, no-knock raids happening. ICE has always been like a problematic organization, but even the head of ICE under Obama is saying, what the fuck is going on with this version of ICE? Okay, Stephen Miller has gone...
I mean, that's still full live. Like, let's not get confused. Obama deported a lot of people, right? And that is what we can, we can talk about and discuss. And then this is where I will criticize Atriarch on. You know what I mean? Like, Obama deported a lot of people. I think, didn't Obama deport more people than Trump won? Right? Isn't the head of ICE the same guy? I don't think so. Yeah, that's what I thought. So like, let's not get it confused. Obama on immigration is not great, not good at all. It's pretty bad actually, right? And so I will push back on that. Right? I will push back on that.
Insane, dude. And there's direct quotes where they're saying
to break up Occupy Wall Street. I do. Well, no, I didn't remember. I was 8 years old, but I do remember hearing about that. Biden deported more than Trump. Obama deported 3 million.
Things like, I'm sorry, let me make sure I get the exact quote right, but it's things like, do what you need to do to make more arrests. Just go out there and arrest illegal aliens. Gang members and violent criminals are not the sole target. These are like direct quotes. And I hope that the people that voted on the subject of immigration, at least some of them, bought into the hype that it was all about gang members and violent criminals. Because at the end of the day, nobody is really opposed to a gang member or a violent criminal getting locked up. But that's not what's happening. I can go through story after story, but here's a recent one, dude. A pregnant woman, American citizen, but she's Latina, was detained by ICE. And they accused her of being a Mexican and trying to have her baby in America, and it wasn't true. And that plus 2 plainclothes ICE officers showed up at a school trying to investigate a 2nd grader. They said they had the parents' permission. They didn't. And then when asked to show their badge, they had the badge up.
He is saying things that, yeah, like the criminals thing is, he's saying things that I disagree with, but I'm just going to let it, I'm letting it rock because I think he's doing effective messaging, right? Like, I think that, yeah, like even if there are violent criminals, I think that arresting them without due process as well is still bad. It's still wrong, right? And that shouldn't happen. But I do think that this is effective, right? I think people are going to hear him say this, and at least I think some people may be more open to that position, right? What Atriarch is doing here is what I think that all creators should be doing, even if he's not doing it perfectly, right? This is exactly what I criticize creators, even creators that I call out that I think are doing good here for not doing, right? He's taking some time on a primary platform of his to actually break down, this is what ICE is doing, and this is why ICE is bad. And I think that is a net positive for more people to be doing that. That's the way I view it. Is that a direct Senate quote? Yes. Direct quote from Senate. I appreciate Hassan's framing on criminals about criminals doing sentences in the U.S. as justice for their victims rather than deportation. I mean, even before that, you shouldn't be able to arrest people and throw them in jail or deport them without due process, regardless of, even if they are the most heinous of criminals, right? It's unconstitutional. As a impersonators at Dollar Tree with badges kidnap father. I don't know how real this is. Fruit vendor picked up on Valley Boulevard in 6th Avenue, La Puente, California, wearing regular clothes.
Can you let him give us a name?
¿Cómo se llama?
Can you let us? Sir, he's under arrest. I know, but I mean, he's under arrest. I know. We'll work that out. Thank you. And you guys have a badge or something? You can see my badge. Well, thank you very much.
Where's the warrant for his arrest?
Name, all right, then. Where's the warrant for his arrest?
Yeah. Why is he under arrest?
Ma'am, you already told us he's here illegally. We would like to have a name just to see who can we call for this.
Are you gonna see OTK joining kick? Yeah. Is there new OTK joining kick information? Because this is the second chatter that said this. We looked at it a few like a week ago. The OTK and Kick were partnering up. It'd be crazy if some ICE agents get seriously injured or otherwise, and turns out that they're not actually with ICE. That's why Will left. Yeah, I said it in a. Cause okay, we'll start with in this video. I was like my video chat. I appreciate that if you like my video. Thank you very much. I thought I was a subsidiary of OTK. I mean, it is, but like, what's the difference here? Like here. Here, chatter also wanted me to look at this. Kick teams up with OTK subsidiary to launch fast track partnership program for streamers. Yeah, I talked about this like 5 days ago. Is there something new? There's a new one? It's pretty big. Okay, well, send that to me. I can't necessarily be scrolling Twitter while I'm streaming. It's like, I'm gonna need y'all to keep me up to date. Also, Tim, thank you for the tier 1 40 minutes ago. I missed it. Also, Cadenza, thank you for the 20 months resubscription. all of OTK? Oh, hold on. That is new information. All of OTK is joining Kick to help launch Kick Studios. Oh no, this is why Will left for 100%. Oh wait, hold on. There's information. Kick in One True King's OTK strike content partnership to produce premium live streamed events. Deal marks the launch of Kick Studios, built to help facilitate and empower authentic creator content. Wrong. OTK will produce a few events on Kick this year for Kick Studios. Those will be select events will be on Kick. For other streamers will continue to stream on their platforms they choose to foster the communities. You said the same thing in more words, semantics. Yeah, no, I think that is semantically different, you know? Not substantially different. This is why Will left? Honestly, probably. Right? Yeah, the OTK as an organization is producing exclusive content for Kick. Yeah, so OTK as an organization is producing exclusive content for Kick. That's what the first tweet says. And then Tipsow said, no, you're wrong. Actually, OTK as an organization is producing exclusive content for Kick. As if it's different. No, it's just the same thing. Right? Not every OTK streamer is streaming exclusively on Kick, but that's also not what the original tweet says either. Right? It says all of OTK is joining Kick to help launch Kick Studios. That's true. Are there people who are not in OTK that are separated from the associated stream with Kick Studios? No, it means the organization as a whole is joining Kick to produce events on Kick. There's more details? Ugh, I hate live stream fails. Let's see. Dang, Tips got mass downvoted on freaking LSF. What are you at? Hello? Hey, it's Tips. Going to clarify a couple of things since the title is misleading and incorrect. OTK will produce some events this year on Kick Studios. On Kick with Kick Studios. All of OTK events will not be exclusively on Kick. Not all of OTK will be at the events. The streamers will continue to stream where they are comfortable and continue to host events on their existing platforms. This deal is going to enable some crazy shit that we're excited for, but the clarifications for those who are asking. Our first event is tomorrow, June 13th. It's, well, you'll see. Look at Tips. Tips is like isn't Tips like co-founder of OTK? Hey, just remember this tweet: gambling, stay the hell away from it. Gambling, stay the hell away from it. Oop, guess not. Guess not if it's Kick child gambling. Is Asmon and Tectone coming back to OTK? I'm confused. Tectone and Asmon moved to Kick. OTK make a deal with Kick the same week. What is happening? I will not be surprised. That's what I say. I will not be surprised if Asmon and Tectone, primarily Asmon, are at the OTK events that are done tomorrow. I genuinely think that this is maybe straw broken camel's back type thing that for why Will left. Maybe even like young Jeff left. Because I'm curious about who OTK and what OTK affiliates are going to be in the events on Kick. I'm genuinely curious. And I think by losing Asmon, I think OTK is a little bit strapped for cash. And so they are doing things that they have to know they wouldn't have done otherwise when they were a dominant force in the streaming space. And that is like partnering up with Kick for Kick exclusive events. it's possible that Tips got strong armed into defending this. So while we have people over there, they aren't doing anything. Why not make money? No, they don't have people over there. That's incorrect. Currently nobody on OTK is on Kick. That's not the case. Asmon and Tectone are not in OTK anymore. Because they got banned? No, because they're not in OTK. Who's left in OTK? It's freaking Emaru, Extra Emily, Seer, NMP, Svan, Mizkif. Extra Emily and Svan are on Kick. Are they? Since when? And they all agreed to go to Kick? We'll see. Peach is not in OTK now. Like a week ago? Svan started streaming there? Oof. Oof. I can't remember most of them, but Nick leave. It's so funny to see chatters having their favorite streamer. They're like, Nick needs to get out. Free Emily. Emaru needs to get out. No, Seer, please leave. All of chat has their own specific favorite streamer that they want to leave OTK. That's pretty funny. Extra Emily's account is already partnered. That's not surprising. It's not hard to get a partnered account on freaking Twitch if you're on Kick if you're a large streamer. Will left, so I'm good. I just like Seer because I like Peach. I think Russell's in OTK. And Finn. Finn, I don't think is in OTK. I also don't think Russell's in OTK either. No, we have a link to this. Let me see. Archive. Wait. What's OTK's website? OTK Network, okay. Isn't it creators? Who's your favorite streamer from Austin? Mine's Maya. Well, Maya's my favorite streamer in general. Oh, wait. I can't spell. Network. They moved the creator card page? Yeah, but what was the URL? What was the URL? I don't remember. Gosh darn it. Pages, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, see, it's Asmongold. Well, not Asmongold anymore. He's not in here anymore. It's Emaru, Svan, Extra Emily, Nick, Soda, Mizkif, Soda, Seer, and Tips. Right. So here, I'll make it easy for you. Gone. Gone. Yeah. And so you're left with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But freaking Mizkif's in like LA now. He's not even in Austin. So I don't even know if he really counts. If he's still in the platform or in the group. And like, so yeah, Soda's barely involved. I haven't seen Soda do anything OTK related at all. Will was always in LA. Yeah, but like it's different to like be in LA and that be your main primary place, and like Miskiff moving to LA, you know? So they really only have like people like involved, like Emaru, Esfand, Emily, Nick, and freaking Sear. So we'll see what the event is. And I think that the event for tomorrow will probably be less like OTK's specific creators and more OTK and OTK affiliates. Anyway, sorry, we got distracted. But we'll see tomorrow. We'll see tomorrow. I thought they had way more creators. I mean, they did before things happened. So, you know, tis life. Let's continue. Like 5 got canceled. Yeah, a lot got canceled. Why is they bringing Rich Campbell back? He was an OTK, right? I don't know. That was before I was even on Twitch, honestly. Rich Campbell got kicked before I was even on Twitch. True. Anyway, we'll focus up first. We'll look at this as a treat later on. But let's focus up. Focus up, chat. Focus. Stop.
They has to write down the information. They hid the badge and went away. It's just like story after story of not following any sort of protocol,
Doing a Yes
of wearing
Kings
a
counter
mask.
protest. That's a joke, right? This is a meme, right? I do not believe that they're doing a counter protest and they're calling it Yes Kings. Yes King. It's the Yes Kings counter protest. Go off, Nazi. That's crazy. In honor of Pride Month.
Of just
that's homophobic. They'll go to chat for that, you know.
Creating this culture of fear primarily among more vulnerable people. I think it doesn't take too much empathy to imagine yourself in the shoes of someone like that.
Okay, chatters, y'all gotta stop saying these things, okay? Since it's saying people have a right to run over protesters, y'all gotta stop saying these things without just giving a link. Just give me a link, please. Just give. You can't just start dropping like tidbits of like breaking news, being like, oh, this is the thing that's happening. By the way, you gotta show me where it is, where it's been said, please.
Understand how it makes you afraid and want to speak out and want to push back and want to do something. Now, again, I feel like you have to say this.
Okay, he's saying Floridians have a right. Okay, I'm in LA, so I'm good. Our link subscriber only? No. But if your link sucks, then I will ban you. Oh, this doesn't even work anymore. Okay, whatever.
I don't think people should loot. I don't think people should burn cars. But just really understand how small a percent that is. And you can't ignore or write off the real demands of a lot more people because somebody in that group is going to be stupid. It's like trying to make a YouTube video, but you can only make it if there's no stupid comments. It's like, what am I supposed to do? I'm going to make a video. There's going to be 100,000 views. There's going to be some stupid comments on this thing. What can I do about it? If you get a big enough group, someone's going to poison it. But you don't get to write off the entire message. And the message
I think this is fair framing. Again, I can disagree with it, right? In that, like, I don't fully disagree with what he's saying, but he's missing the like inevitability of violent action as a retaliatory effect. But he's not wrong. I think he's like 75% of the way there, right? He's like 75% of the way there. Because about cars, I should start burning people's suit. That's his point, though, chatter. That's his point. He's saying like, who cares about the cars, right? You can't write off the entire protest because people are burning cars. Like, sure, people burning cars are stupid, whatever, right? That's not the point of the protest, right? That's what he's saying.
What is happening?
I don't get it. Why 75%? Because he's not acknowledging the inevitability of violent protests, right? He's still doing the I condemn violence thing, but he's not acknowledging that violence is inevitable when you have state-sanctioned oppression, right? Holding people under the crushing weight of oppression, right? He's not gotten that far yet, right? Like it's one thing to say violence happens and that doesn't define the movement, but it's another thing to say violence happens and that violence is happening as a result of the violence by the state, and you will never end the violence of the protesters until the violence of the state ends itself, right? That's a hump that a lot of liberals just don't get over, right? It's very easy to stay in that section of like, I condemn the violence, but it's not the point of the protest. But it's a lot harder to understand and rationalize where that violence comes from, right? And acknowledging the violence of the system itself is just more prominent, if you will. Right? But it also sounds like he'd be willing to hear that out. Yeah. Which is why I'm not like condemning him. You know? Peaceful protests are inherently violent, but it's both a show of force and numbers and taking on violence of the state to show how violent the state is. But I feel like in an age of misinformation, I don't think anything but a direct threat to Cowboys' profit margins will actually change anything. I mean, I can't talk about how effective it is because I don't know. You would need hindsight to speak about it. And even then, people with hindsight are wrong about what effective protest is. The I shouldn't stop making videos as we shouldn't stop protesting analogy is kind of interesting. I don't think that's necessarily what he's saying specifically. But I may be misunderstanding what your comments is.
Around immigration here is not working. It's not
shouldn't let the state define violence. I agree. Right? Because the state will define everything as violence. Right? They will define burning a car as violence. They will define tagging a building as violence. They will define standing in the road as violence. They will define noises and like chanting as violence. And they did that historically. Right? You think Bloody Sunday happening in Selma happened because of non-violent protests? No, the state saw that as violence, which is why it justified itself in enacting its own violence. And it wasn't until a retrospective lens, 60 years later, that we're now being like, okay, that was non-violent and the state was too violent. But in the moment, the state saw that as violence. They saw black people occupying the bridge and marching as an act of violence. Right? And that justified violence on the behalf of the state. And people are doing the same thing now. You know?
On any level, actually, because the number of deportations is down from Biden. It's not effective. It's just about being this public display of power, really, of demeanor.
Now, I don't agree with this framing. I think he's wrong on this framing. Being like, oh, it's not effective because the deportations are down. Like, do you want them to go up? I don't think that they should go up. Right? I think that's bad. I think that's bad framing. Video title is crazy because it's clickbait, chat. You're getting gotten by clickbait. You're being clickbaited in real time as we're watching the video.
It's fewer deportations, but more cruel ones. Yeah, I don't have a nicer or better way to say it. It just sucks, dude. It just sucks. And if you talk to people that are affected by this or out there protesting, dude, it's people that are just broke or hardworking, or like, it's not like the people that are in power or benefiting from society. I don't understand. There's a great quote. It was from Lena Khan's like deputy, and he said, God, let me get that quote again. I'm sorry, it's late, bro. He said, Be skeptical of any analysis in which the least powerful people are the most responsible for your problems. I don't know how to tell you this, but the dude sprinkling tahini on mango on the corner is not your problem. The dishwasher is not your problem. We do have big problems in America, and they're not caused by broke people working hotel service. And
this is correct. This is true. They should have been forgiven for that one thing that he did. I mean, if he doesn't have a problem with him, I don't have a problem with him. That's my take. This is my take back when we talked about it 2 years ago as well, right? He doesn't have a problem with him. I don't have a problem with him.
The ones being harassed.
Not saying you gotta like him, right? Not saying I like him. I'm just saying that's my take.
And punished. And if any group of them tries to speak up or be like, this is wrong, then it becomes a quote riot. Okay, no matter what they do, it becomes a quote riot because these are not.
Wait, this is true. This is correct as well.
And if any group of them tries to speak up or be like, this is wrong, then it becomes a quote riot. Okay, no matter what they do, it becomes a quote riot because these are not the people that are burning Waymos. Okay, I'm gonna cut myself off there because it was late last night and I tended to ramble. Okay, it's the next day. I think I got my point across. That's enough there. And I left out some important things that I did want to say that I'm gonna say today. So just to wrap this video up, I want to talk about misinformation specifically, which I think is important because this is one of these first big major news events that I'm living through, that I am there I'm right next to what's going on and I'm seeing it.
Misunderstanding his analogy was saying that we shouldn't let bad comments stop us from making the video in the first place. As an analogy, we shouldn't stop protesting because we disagree with some stuff in the protest is decent.
And I'm getting texts from people asking if I'm okay and all this. And it's so obvious to me now that I see it live how much is being overblown or misplayed or tweaked or whatever. I'm gonna give you some examples. There's a big Shohei Ohtani mural in Lowell, Tokyo. And I was there because the protests are like right there and there's a line of cops and I'm there at the Ohtani mural. And someone there is talking about how Ohtani said, quote, there's a right way and a wrong way to get into this country. They broke the law, they have to go. And so I looked this up and there's this viral tweet that's going around at the time that has 98,000 likes, quoting Ohtani saying they've got to go. And I'm like, damn, really, Ohtani? That's kind of wild. And so I looked more into it and the tweet is from Talking Basabel _ a fake account. The quote is entirely made up. But by the time that gets figured out and, you know, corrected in the comments, they get like 1,000 likes and this got 98,000 and went viral and I was hearing it in person. Then you got Ted Cruz who is posting, this is not peaceful, talking about the protests. Again, I'm there. It's 99.9% peaceful. It's just people waving signs and honking.
This is actually the same thing Hassan says as well, by the way. Right? In that what you see in the media and how they present the protests is not the reality, and why Hassan urges people to just go to protest, because you will see that it by and large is not a violent riot demonstration or whatever. It is overwhelmingly peaceful. Right? I think he watched him.
Whatever. Ted Cruz is posting a video from 2020, implying that that video is from today. It's a lie, but again, that gets 1 million likes, and then by the time people correct it, and then, my God, dude, sorry, I could go forever on this, so let me wrap it up today. I need to get this video out. Gavin Newsom, my personal friend now that I've interviewed him, we talk. You know, I disagree on some things, but we chop it up in the DMs. He made a tweet where he said, you sent your troops here without fuel, food, water, or a place to sleep. And it shows a bunch of National Guard just sleeping on the floor of a federal building because they don't have any place to be. It kind of implying that this whole thing is rushed and mismanaged and wasn't coordinated, and they're not even doing anything because they aren't necessary for this, you know, 2-block wide protest that is not. Anyway, I'm getting started. And he posted a picture of them sitting on the floor. And then all the responses are like, at Grok, is this true? And then Grok goes, well, actually, Grok has a different answer for like every person. but it keeps repeating things like the photos originated from Afghanistan in 2021 because they're seeing troops that in like desert camo on the floor, and Grok is just machine learning guessing. But actually, the photos are of the National Guard from July 9th, from June 9th, from like 2 days ago. Okay, it's a real thing. They took it from a newspaper article. That's frustrating. It's frustrating that almost every piece of misinformation I see about what's going on in LA is followed by someone saying, "At Grok, is this true?" And then Grok just making something up, just making up.
And like half of those people are doing it for the memes. You know what I mean? Like genuinely, I think half the people, like it's become a meme to be like, "At Grok, is this true? At Grok, is this the case?" Right? But it's become so pervasive that people who aren't in on the meme are now thinking that Grok is a useful piece of information to like, you know, delineate what's true and what's not true. And now it's become so pervasive in society. Surprisingly decent takes for H-Rock in this video. Yeah, this video is actually not bad. Like genuinely, the video is not bad. I think it's the best creator speaking about LA that I've seen. That's like not like expressly political. Again, I have some critique of some of the things that he's saying, but like it's solid. Once we find out that Grok is remote workers somewhere, no, I think it's more likely that Grok is actually an artificial intelligence. Right? 5 years ago, I would agree with you. But it would actually be cheaper to just dump a bunch of water to cool like GPUs in a warehouse somewhere.
A random day, or you know, it's just not it's not helpful in any way. This whole culture of Grok, is this true? is like hitting headfirst into reality.
For the most part, yeah. Like with both Blau and H-Rock, it's about people who expressly have more knowledge and are more expressly political. And so it feels more as though we're giving like structured critique to an ally in the space as opposed to like an apolitical creator just giving their take. And we're like, "Oh, good job, Johnny. You said something about this." You know what I mean? Like that's why I think it's different, why it appears as though we are disagreeing more than we are agreeing. Right? It's just because like they're more here. They're more invested in like the politics of it. And they're not just saying, "Hey, ICE is bad."
Of a real-time breaking news event and coming up like, "Oh, this is pretty fucking useless." You know, if you don't live here, maybe you can't tell the difference. You don't know. Grok tells you something, you go off with it. But it's a problem. Again, I fell for this. Dude, I fell for it. I'm on social media and I see a thing of the Kobe mural. I used to live right next to it, like literally I could see it from my window. And there's a Kobe Bryant and his daughter mural in LA. It's all tagged. It got all graffitied. And I was like, that sucks, man. Why would you know what I'm saying? Like, doesn't help the protest. Why are we tagging the Kobe mural? Everyone loves that. It's like a symbol of LA. And then I actually looked into it because I was falling victim to misinformation. And I found out there's a news report showing it got tagged 2 days before any of this began. It was on the 4th. The ICE raids and the protests didn't start till the 6th. So, but it all gets lumped in on social media and gets 100,000 likes. And the replies are like, "Wow, these animals are even tagging Kobe." You know, it's just one dude on the 4th, and now it becomes part of this protest story. I'm getting off topic. The point is, this is not a big news story, but it is just hitting me in reality. Social media is just filled with horseshit. That will just tell you whatever you want to believe. And that's always frustrating, but it's extra frustrating when you're seeing it live and then you're looking online and people are just telling you things that are not true. Or people that have good intentions are texting me like, "Oh my God, it's so dangerous." Just to be clear, this whole thing is like within, 3 or 4 blocks of a massive city. If you're 4 blocks away, people are at a cafe. They don't even notice. It's just real. Anyway, okay. Enough said. Look, I got 10 million more things I could say, and I probably am going to follow up more because these protests are not starting to spread nationwide. And I think there's some in Seattle and Denver and Boston and New York. They're all over, all right? And then on Saturday, we've got like this No Kings protest in response to Trump is now doing a birthday/military parade. There's going to be protests about that, and I'm sure one of them will escalate because there's a lot of people who are angry and something's going to happen, and then who knows. But the last thing I'll say is this. I can tell you my hand to God from being there in person, to call this an insurrection, as in people who are trying to violently revolt and take over the government, is insane. And he keeps saying it over and over again because that would give him the basis to invoke the 1807 Insurrection Act. And the Insurrection Act, which hasn't been used for 200 plus years, okay? Again, the last time this law was, when it was written, was before the invention of the steamboat. And he is trying to claim that this small little, 3 burning Waymos in LA is cause for him to get emergency extra powers over the military and over the ability to police our cities.
To be fair, it was 5 burning Waymos.
And that's crazy. Already sending National Guard without governor approval hasn't been done for 60 years. And that was to help protect civil rights marchers going to Selma. Okay? Now we're using it unnecessarily to inflame a protest in LA. I'm not happy with how this has been handled. But I'm hopeful that if people can hear and listen to what's actually going on, we can come to a consensus agreement. I actually think that the common sense approach that most people have is...
Right after everybody on the left said that Trump picked out the better looking military dudes for his speech and he's doing a parade this month because he wants to do a gay military pride parade. And then just constantly call the gay troops parade to piss them off enough to cancel it. Honestly, because there are slightly bigger fish to fry, like children being stolen from their schools to be deported to countries that they've never been to. Maybe.
Deport violent criminals, follow due process, secure the border, but immigration reform so that people that are safe and beneficial and want to work here don't have to wait 15 years to get a green card. They can find a way to adapt and get into society. I think these things are what most people want. I hope. Thanks for listening. Okay? I can't ramble forever. Appreciate you. Don't trust everything you read on Twitter. I took this photo, by the way. It is the only graffiti that I liked. And it just says, National Guard D's nuts. Which I think reminds me of MLK in a way, in its inspirational defiance.
Yeah. Immigration reform that's good implies a freer border. Yeah, I mean he's a liberal. He's a liberal, you know. Overall, I think the video was a solid for a liberal, solid 7.5 out of 10. Hit all the high notes. I did some good points of correcting misinformation. Yeah, passing grade. Upper A-track mail over mogul mail for my lib mail show. True. I hope other creators see this and feel more inspired to speak out. Because the more creators are speaking out, the better it is. Speaking of creators speaking out, wait, I just saw it. Did I lose it? Oh. Drake Kai Cenat stream tomorrow at 7 p.m. That's today. First of all, thank you for everyone who shared their video submissions for Somebody Loves Me. We were blown away by the creativity and thought poured into each submission. We were supposed to go live today, but we need some extra time to review them. Tomorrow, Drake and I are going to go through some submission with you guys, share some of my favorites and some of the not so good ones. And I'll let y'all know 20 people are getting money to bring their treatments to life. So, yeah. Gonna be so funny when half the chat are making pedophile jokes. That would be pretty funny. FaZe Kason's going to kick 2, bro. What is happening? What is happening? Very interesting to see this happening same day as Kendrick's Toronto performance. That makes a lot of sense. Is that a Pokemon? No, this is a guy. Oh, so yeah, we talked about at least the Silent Hill thing. We didn't see the video though. Let me kick and phase double STD. This guy killed his cousin.
Crazy legs, do the crazy legs, do the crazy legs, do the crazy legs, do the Patrick dance, do the Patrick dance, do the Patrick dance, do the Patrick dance, do the Harvey freak, do the Harvey freak, do the Harvey freak, do the Harvey freak.
Does anyone need to stop and make a wee wee?
Now wee dance, wee dance.
Cause I really gotta go.
Now I be bop, 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 bop. Now watch me mop, 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 chop, chop, chop.
What else you got?
All weekend long, a big dance party. New episodes on Labor Day. All weekend long, a big dance party. New episodes on Labor Day. Now watch me whip. Now watch me nay nay. Now watch me whip. Watch me nay nay.
Mannequin shrimp.
Watch me, ooh, watch me, ooh, watch me, ooh, okay, ooh, watch me, ooh, watch me, ooh, watch me, ooh, okay. All weekend long, a big dance party, new episodes on Labor Day.
This goes on for so long.
All weekend long, a big dance party, new episodes on Labor Day.
Epic dance party all weekend long.
That's my jam.
He actually killed his cousin, allegedly. No, not allegedly. He actually did. He admitted to it. He pleaded guilty. Yeah, he killed his cousin. We don't know why.
September 4th at 6. Only on Nick.
Man, this Patrick dancing hot.
Bro, Silent Hill had a sad life. Being the height of music, like dances in like 2012, 2013. Having your own line dance. And then having revenge porn of you leaked. And then killing your cousin and then getting sentenced to 30 years in jail. What a crazy life. I read people trying to show Arab and black people supporting each other because we have very real anti-black racism. How do we fight back there? Well, those people are probably liberals, so they're not the best allies to have, right? And I would just say, continue to support black people yourself and continue to do the work for the Arab community. And like black people are having their own internal conversations about, you know, why solidarity is important in our community as well. And yeah, there's not like a magic set of words to tell black people to get them to be on your side, you know. There are black Arabs. This is true. But the liberal standards today has been going crazy. I mean, it's true. They're probably liberals. There's probably black liberals who are just like, you know, Palestinians are anti-black. How dare you? Anti-blackness sadly persists in every community, even within our own community. Yeah. If the community has some kind of anti-blackness, doesn't stop me from advocating for those in need. Yeah. My allergies are killing me. All attacks on class association come from the same source and seeks the same outcome: capitalists destroying solidarity to divide and conquer. I mean, that's true, but that doesn't mean anti-blackness doesn't exist, because it does exist, right? And you're not gonna win black people by doing a class reductionist argument, being like, sorry, you know, Anti-blackness doesn't exist. Get over it. You know, it's all class lines. You know. Again, there's no magic set of words to like get black people on the side of your movement. There's just not. All you can do is just keep putting your best foot forward and advocating for what you advocate for, and trusting the other communities do the same. Doesn't the Black People Stay Home movement? I talked about it yesterday and earlier today. So you'll see a video about it tomorrow on my channel. I think it's dumb, but I understand where the frustration comes from. That Silento, yeah. He killed his cousin. Allegedly. Not allegedly. He admitted to it. Also, FaZe Kson is moving to Kick, apparently. Or at least multi-streaming on Kick. And again, I think these people are getting kickbacks. I do. I think they're getting kickbacks. To some extent. I don't know what it looks like, but I think they're getting it. So we covered this 8-track video. We covered this. New TikTok. You should like my TikTok. People are apparently mad at me for me being like, man, this white guy, I bet he's going to be racist. And like, how dare you make a assumption about this white guy in 1968 that he's racist? How dare you do that? That's pretty funny. Covered Fool was talking about it. Watch this one more time as well.
I love fascism! I love ICE! Deport them all!
This is a Kick streamer at an ICE protest being a heckler. Man, all that bravado disappeared. Disappeared instantly. What happened? What happened to that smiling face? What happened to that smiling face? All that bravado. That's funny. Covered that. Oh yeah, we talked about the protest thing as well. About you like, oh, just lay down and get arrested by the cops. And let them stomp all over you because that's how you show you're peaceful. That's the thing that's happening. Well, she perfectly avoided identifying who hit her. Yeah, we have no idea. No clue at all. Doesn't matter if you're peaceful, they will arrest you either way. Yeah, but now people are saying, oh, don't worry. They're going to be like, don't worry. They're going to be like, okay. People are saying in response to this, you'd be like, they're going to beat you up anyway. And they're like, oh yeah, we know. That's the point. We want to get beat up. Right? Because then they'll take pictures of it and then the world's going to save us. Like, sure. Sure. Because tactic was used extensively in the UK with Extinction Rebellion, and it resulted in zero capitulation from the right and protesters getting literally run over by fascists. I mean, yeah. It doesn't work. You wait for MLK. I mean, unless you want to die. Unless you want to be a literal martyr. Right? Which, yeah, as Chatter's saying, like, it doesn't matter because, like, these people aren't leaving the house. They're not. They are setting up their audiences to go out in the streets and be the sacrifice. Oh, I think I closed it. Okay, well, we have this one more time. Let's bear back. Watch the live. I'll be back. It's so funny. They sound like bowling pins. Yeah, it's like it's just like I don't know how to describe it. The sound the angels make when you transcend to heaven. Let me see. I think I covered almost everything I wanted to cover. Oops. That. Bookmarks. But this talked about. Oh wait, as freaking H.R. talked about, there was a 28-year-old pregnant woman who was set to give birth early next week, or as early as next week, who was pushed by agents and lost her balance after she was detained by immigration authorities in California, even after telling agents that she's a U.S. citizen. Did y'all see this, chat? See the sentence saying that you have the right to run over protesters? Yeah. But only in Florida. So we're safe.
It's all like surrounded.
Carrie Lopez talking to us from her hospital bed after agents released her and sent her home, she says, following this arrest Sunday at Hawthorne and 120th, caught on video.
I had lost my balance. because he was kind of like shoving me away from the door, and that's when I kind of just like leaned forward because I was kind of trying to protect the stomach.
Let her go, she's pregnant.
Video from neighbors we obtained showed them calling for her release. You can hear passerbys honking their horns in protest. Lopez says agents took her into custody, saying she was trying to obstruct their operation. We reached out to DHS for comment and have not heard back.
I'm gonna need you guys to leave. This is private property.
You can hear Lopez on this video she shared with us confronting agents as they pulled up to the building where they were working doing maintenance. The agents were in marked Border Patrol vehicles. She says her husband and co-worker, both undocumented, thought they were being followed by agents when they tried to pull into the building's private parking. Her and her cousin, both U.S. citizens, opened up the gate for her husband to enter. They thought agents needed a warrant to enter as well.
Excuse me, ma'am.
They do.
Listen to me.
They do. They can't enter private property without a warrant.
You're interfering with my arrest.
Get out. Well, you
I'm
could
doing my
take
job.
me.
You
but
have
I'm
no
not-
say to say.
Fucking fascist, bro. Disgusting pigs.
No, I have nothing
This
to
is
say.
private
You have-
property.
Okay, is it your property?
Yes, they're
Okay, can
literally
you show me your
work-
documentation? Is it your property? Is that your property?
You don't
Then
have
let's move
to,
on.
okay,
No,
you don't
I'm
have to
not moving.
prove to them that it's your property. You don't have to pull out the deed to your house to be like, this is my house. They have to prove that they have a right to be there, right? They have to prove that they have a right to be there. It is, the onus is on them. They cannot just rock up to your property and be like, you must now prove to me that this is your property or before I have to leave.
Away. I'm not moving away.
I was blocking the doors because they were trying to forcefully open them. But I told them they
Like,
were
honestly, at that point, they are criminals. They are criminals, but like they're trespassing. They're trespassing.
on private property.
She says agents said it wasn't private property and arrested her.
I don't care what the agents say. It's private property. They can't just claim, nope, this is not private property. Yep, this is a living room. It has living in the name. I'm a living person, not private property. This is not called the only not ICE agent room. This is not called the ICE agent not allowed room. This is called the living room, which means I'm allowed to be here.
Husband, cousin, and co-worker.
I wasn't
Renaissance
resisting or
free.
anything. I was just like you're gonna handcuff me. But I'm not. I can't fight back. I'm pregnant.
Oh my goodness, I broke the freaking video. Or the video's over because it's short. Thanks a lot, NBC News. It's so disgusting, bro. It's so gross.
Protests erupting. Demonstrations from coast to coast. Like in New York.
This is everywhere, chat. Like it's hard to describe, right, how large Saturday is going to be across the country. Right? But this is everywhere.
What do we do? No somos bien!
With people storming the streets. Or this neighborhood outside Phoenix.
Oh no! Oh no!
Thousands demonstrating against ICE raids.
No one's illegal!
And in some places, clashes giving way to vandalism and looting.
Oh!
All further inflaming rhetoric on all sides, now coming to a head in the streets of Los Angeles.
Let's go! Let's move it!
As tensions flare up, heading into another night of unrest.
I freaking hate how short these videos are. Why does it keep cutting off? Where was the looting in those pictures? Well, did you not see the trash can? Scary. The trash can is scary. So, yeah.
One of those families is with us tonight.
Confirmed. Is Hassan banned? I don't think so. No, he's here. Twitch is just kind of slow for some reason. I would have saw me banned. Twitch is like kind of broken for people. So no, he's not banned, chat. So don't worry about that. But like no, Twitch is just kind of broken. Okay, the sidebar is kind of cooked. I don't know. Just having issues in general, not speaking to San directory is busted. Seems to work for me a little bit.
Who's an
Maybe it's just y'all. A few of my chat messages went into a black hole. Everybody start spamming chat messages. Everybody spam ones. See if messages goes through. We got streamer access to Twitch servers. You know it. Or if he is online, they were the gifted sub. Much appreciated. Yeah, chat. I don't know why it's broken for you. It works for me. You guys need to refresh. Nope, it just kind of worked for me. Wait, do people actually use this page? The following page? Should I put a schedule here? So people know that I'm live or when I'm live? For sure? No? Why no all capital? No, yes. Do I have a schedule here? That's what shows under your channel. How do I do that? Wait, okay, see. Schedule. Wait, stream schedule. Oh, this is on my old schedule. I used to stream 4 days a week. Oh, add a stream every Monday, Tuesday. Well, every Monday. At 6:30 a.m. for 4 hours. Save. Tuesday, save. Wednesday, 6:30 a.m. for 4 hours, save. Thursday, 6:30, save. That's today. It's not saving. It's loading. I have a smoke break. Thursday, 6:30, save. Okay. Friday at 6:30. Blah, blah, blah. Save. Saturday, 6:30. Save. It broke again. Refresh. Saturday, 6:30. Save. It's still broken. Refresh. Sunday at 6:30. Save. Saturday, 6:30. Save. Okay, there you go. Boom. My schedule is not updated. Yeah. Schedule page is good when you are a new follower. I understand. I just sent the link in chat and message just doesn't exist, I guess. Yeah, nope, it doesn't show up for me. I've never seen a streamer update their about page. My about page probably still says just a small town girl living in a lonely world. It goes. You've changed everything. You fixed your schedule. Thank you. What? What is? Arrested Alejandro Teodoro Orellana was arrested this morning by FBI Los Angeles on an allegation of conspiracy to commit civil disorder for distributing face shields to suspected rioters on Thursday. We were moving quickly to identify and arrest those involved in organizing and supporting civil disorder in Los Angeles. Yep. Okay. No rights, I guess. You know, rights. What are those? Conspiracy to commit civil disorders. Sick. Crazy can't have masks when COVID is still out there. Yep. No. No masks when COVID's out there. Right. Are you gonna arrest Walmart for providing soup for my family? What's Walmart provided me the soup for my family. If you don't want my soup for my family, then what's the problem? This is why what? Josh Hawley, Missouri. Party for Socialism and Liberation to him, sir. I write in my capacity as the chair of the Senate Subcommittee on Crime and Counterterrorism regarding your organization's alleged role in financing and materially supporting the coordinated protests and riots that have engulfed Los Angeles recent weeks. While peaceful protest is the cornerstone of American democracy, these demonstrations have escalated to lawless mob actions and have obstructed the federal law enforcement and endangered public safety and disrupted the rule of law. This lawlessness is unacceptable and must end. Credible reporting now suggests your organization is providing logistical support and financial resources to individuals engaged in disruptive actions. Let me be clear, bankrolling civil unrest is not protected free speech. It is aiding and abetting criminal conduct. Accordingly, you must immediately cease and desist any further involvement in organizing, funding, or promoting these lawful actions. Furthermore, please reserve the following records from November 5th, 2024 to the present. All sorts of communications, financial documents related to protests, grant applications and funding proposals related to financing immigration enforcement, or reference immigration enforcement, media or public relations strategies, including talking points, press releases, in coordination with journalists, donor lists. Why did scapegoat to PSL of all things? Probably after the embassy shooting. I think that's part of it. And PSL being named there specifically. There are multiple orgs that were this is just one letter, to be clear. I invite Josh Hawley to suck my till it's pink. I mean, this is gonna get worse, right? This is gonna get worse. It's gonna continue to try to be intimidation tactics. But if this is true, they still arrested somebody for distributing face shields, they said. So it's not nothing. But I don't know. I can't scroll on Twitter anymore because like sometimes Hassan will just like reply to a tweet. I'm just like, what are we even talking about? I'm not even going to show that tweet. But like, what are we even talking about? I know what tweet you're talking about. I don't even know why I read that. I was just like, what are we talking about? Bring your own face shields. I condemn face shields, obviously, and violence. Yeah. They know Remo was free. I want to talk about this book. I didn't save this. We'll keep that open. There's also this one to talk about too. There's so much of stuff. So many stuffs. Close. 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 I think I covered. Most of what I wanted to talk about today. Except, okay, maybe this. I'm not clicking on the link. I recognize the name. Twitch is broken. Don't worry, chat. I'll reply to all your messages for you. Just tell me who you want to at and I'll at them for you in my stream. Just everybody was streaming, searched him. He's not showing up. Really? Let me see. I'll check for you. Don't worry, chat. Just tell me what you want to see and I'll find out for you. I have the streamer Twitch account. Nothing's showing up. I had to search shirt. So when you raid, that'll tell you. An Amazon company. Thanks so much, Twitch. If I go here. Oh. Wait, no, these are just my previously watched VODs that I was watching, I guess. And there are no live channels, but my follow channels are here. And there's live channels here. I'll refresh. Is Shine even live? Maybe. Wait, stories show up. I know what to do, chat. Stories. This is Twitch's ploy to get people to use stories more. I got this. Twitch. Okay, let me. Video. What's up, everybody? I am currently live on Twitch. You might not see me because Twitch is broken, but feel free to come over to my channel. We do fun stuff over here. We talk about, chat, what do we talk about? Doesn't even matter. Just come. You can't watch anybody else anyway. Twitch is broken. You might as well just come to watch me. What's up, everybody? I am currently live. Might not see me. Post. Twitch is broken. Feel free to come over to my channel. Fun stuff over here. We talk about. Doesn't even matter. Just come. Story failed to post. What do you mean story failed to post? Gosh darn it. Man, Twitch is super broken. I'm still live, right? Let's see. Wait. Okay, wait, it's back. Wait, search doesn't even work? Wait, is Mike from PA banned? What is going on? I had to search for you?
One is...
Wait, no, he's live. He's here. That's why the chat was like, it's Hassan ban. It's just a bunch of VODs. Bro. Okay, my followed live channels are back. No worries, got back here from starting from you. Which indexing probably broke. That's why you gotta stop touching stuff, bro. Stop pushing the prod. Go to Marvel Rivals category, one of the biggest active categories 24/7. It's empty. Wait, so if I go live with Marvel Rivals, will it change? Wait, unknown user, thank you for the gifted sub to unknown user. Thank you. And also onion user, thank you for the follow. And unknown user, thank you for the gifted sub to unknown user. And unknown user, thank you for the gifted sub to unknown user. Unknown user, thank you for the follow. And unknown user, thank you for the follow. And then unknown user, thank you for the follow. Unknown user, thank you for the follow. 7-day streak for unknown user, much appreciated. Unknown user, thank you for the follow. Unknown user, thank you for the gifted sub. Unknown user, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Unknown user, 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 thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Irene the World, thank you for the follow as well. Bro, that's not an unknown user. This is a known user. Nope, never mind. Well, it was fun while it lasted. You are now unknown user. It's abs, thank you for the follow. Don't worry, I got you. It's like vampirism. Unknown user, never mind. You've been absorbed into the unknown user collective. How bad? How is it breaking this bad? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, unknown user, can you want to gift me a sub? I would appreciate that. I would appreciate that if you were to gift me a sub. Thank you very much. For the gifted sub to unknown user. Unknown user, thank you for the follow. And unknown user, thank you for the follow. And then unknown user, thank you for the follow. Unknown user, thank you for the follow. Oh, wait, hold on. Give me a second. Unknown user, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Man, you are super generous today. You followed like 100 times so far. You've gifted 1, 2 subs. You gifted 5 more subs. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, unknown user. Unknown user is the Oiler. Huge W. 7-day streak for unknown user, much appreciated. Unknown user, thank you for the follow. Unknown user, thank you for the gifted sub. Unknown user, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Unknown user, 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 thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Irene the World, thank you for the follow as well. Bro, that's shout out unknown user.
Somebody go get the Henny.
Wait, okay, let's see who this was. Unknown user, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Huge W. Thank you so much, unknown user. Twitch thanks you. We don't know who you are. You're an unknown user. But we thank you. Thank you, unknown user, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much. Yeah, the Chatterino gives it away. It was Te Omega. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And it was wait, Te Omega again as well, right? I think I can't tell. He's selling lies. GD Dro, thank you for the hair. Ugh. Hair. Time 777DX XD. Thank you for the tier 1. Or should I say, unknown user, thank you for the tier 1, and then unknown user, thank you for the 22-month free subscription. We are in the 0.02% of Twitch right now. Let's see. We have identified an issue causing Twitch to load in some places. We continue to work to fix for this issue. Login is broken. Web is broken. Watching and chatting is fixed. It works. And chat is operational to some extent. But you can't log in and the web is broken. This is why you can't add people. Yeah. But can I add people? Nope. Doesn't work.
Vesilium gifted a tier 1 sub to Buold. They have given 196 gift subs in the channel.
Nope. Doesn't work. The car form I use on AWS is messed up, and so is Discord. Well, I guess AWS is down. Maybe that chatter was right. Maybe Wesley was right, and AWS is BDS, and this is the result of AWS being BDS. You know? BDS was like, y'all don't think AWS is BDS, is a priority boycott target list. Now it is. Time to move to Kick. Yeah, time to move to Kick.
Vesilium gifted a tier 1 sub to Mirakatani Cat. They have given 197
The nukes are
gift
flying,
subs
causing
in the channel.
outages. Don't say that, chat, because that's a reality we could live with soon. Hopefully the nukes don't hit LA. That mixer failed? Yep. Wait. China has banned banks luring customers in with Labubu dolls? W. They were like, you're preying on people's addiction to Labubus. They move fast? Yeah, like America could never. This would happen in like 20 years for America. They'd be like, people would be like, what are the Labubus? You know? Scroll down. Scroll down to what? To where? How far? The next post? Just tell me to click the article. Like, do you want to see the article? I genuinely don't. It's a Dexter article, you know? It's not going to be like particularly like crazy relevant. Labubu dolls have gotten so popular that banks use them to help lure customers to the business, prompting authorities to ban the act. Inspired by Nord myth, Labubu created a Hong Kong-born artist, Khaby Lame, as one of his monsters in a series of picture books in 2015. They are available in a blind box at Pop Mart, meaning you won't know exactly the exact one you've bought until it's open. They began to go viral back in 2014 after Blackpink's Lisa was photographed with one. That makes sense. And then followed by American singer Rihanna shortly after. That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm kind of a hipster on these things. Some people just kind of see celebrities doing stuff and it just catches wind, and then everybody wants to be a part of it. I'm not a huge fan of that. Right? And then it becomes like the thing. Just saw Dick Ton on the front page. Ew. There's just little backpack keychain dolls. Yeah, but then they'll cause a craze because of our adherence to like celebrity culture, right? Because a celebrity had worn it. People were like, oh, well, a celebrity that I like wore it, so like I want that now. They're cute, but not as outrageous as like a Funko Pop, so you can see. But I'm sure it'll get there one day when brands hop on it. Yeah. That's why China moves fast.
Tay Zero Mega
Right, getting ahead of it.
Tier 1 sub to WTF Brambles.
Gifted subs aren't even showing up in my chat radio anymore. Let's see who that was. Unknown user, thank you for the 22 months. Wait, I already said that one. Unknown user, thank you for the tier 1. Is that it? Do I have to refresh again? I'm so... They're not even loading anymore. Well, guess I have no idea. They gave up on using Chatterito. Yeah, it's cooked. Now, you know, if this was America, this wouldn't be banned somehow. It wouldn't, and you paying additional taxes. Oh wait, also my chat is now cooked for my native Twitch chat. What is academic saying in the sub note? I can never understand what it is. He's about to get the Henny, saying you don't want these Funkos. Why is Tectonic on the front page? Really? Oh, he has a promotion.
Honestly, a pretty.
Oh, didn't mean to click that. Gross. You only get on the carousel with a promotion, chat. So he probably has a Twitch promotion to be on the carousel with everybody else. I guess this is the best time to get on the carousel is when Twitch is broken and people can't find the streamers that they want. Right? Twitch was like, we haven't done enough for gay pride. So now you can only watch gay pride. That's it. You can't view any other streams on the front page. It's just the carousel and Together for Pride. They were the search view directly. It was broke. Yeah. Really unbanned him so fast. Yeah, it was like 4 days. Bro, Funko Pops are so cringe. It's Tommy time. So you have to click Tommy Oliver as Pop, Black Dino Thunder Ranger, Pop, Red Turbo Ranger, and Pop Red Zeo Ranger to complete your Power Rangers collection. What about the White Ranger? Or the Green Ranger? Why are these the 3 they go with? Right? Why Turbo, Zeo, and Dino Thunder makes sense. But like, no Green Ranger, no White Ranger. That's like Tommy's whole thing. This is how he was introduced to the series. I don't know. Yeah, I've heard the Fetterman rap. I think it was already out a long time ago. Well, I wouldn't know because I don't like Funko Pops. Oh. Did y'all see this? DNC votes to oust David Hogg and Malcolm Kenyatta. Like, this party is so cooked. It's so cooked, bro. Kenyatta too? Yeah. Kenyatta was also vice chair. Look what David Hogg had to say. Well, first, let's see what Dave Weigel had to say. David Hogg is out of the DNC, will not compete with the new vice chair elections that were called today. Kenyatta is now the only candidate for the male vice chair slot. 3 women who lost the Hogg seat in February will compete for the second. I'm not running for the DNC vice chair election. I started Leaders We Deserve at the simple purpose to be the Emily's List for progressive young Democrats. We've sought to find the best of our generation and do everything we can to help them run the best campaigns possible and get the financial support they need to win. We spent millions last year fighting to elect incredible young people: Molly Cook, Mo Jenkins, Avery Bishop, and Kristen Carenza in Texas, Bryce Berry and Ashwin Ramaswamy in Georgia. Okay, he just goes on a little bit. Yeah. We focus on open blue seats to the fake incumbent Republicans, hoping these new seats will be enough space to achieve what we wanted. After seeing lack of vision from Democrat leaders, too many of them asleep at the wheel, and Democrats dying in office, that helped hand Republicans an expanded majority. It became clear that Leaders We Deserve had to start primarying incumbents and directly challenging the culture of seniority politics that brought our party to the place to help get our party into that brought our party to this place to help our party get into fighting shape again. We have a real challenge ahead of us. We lost voting shares with almost every demographic across the board, true. And despite all that Trump has done, our approval rating remains at 27%. If we don't show our country that how we are dramatically changing and providing an alternative vision for our future as a party, we will continue to lose. Not because we don't have any money, but because we don't have a compelling vision for the future and we lack courage we used to have to take on massive policy fights that have helped millions, like the Affordable Care Act, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, the first assault weapons ban, and more. Even if we gained 3 seats, a 3-seat congressional majority, the 3 deaths this session would have once again put millions of Americans on the line. Let me be clear. This is not solely an issue of age. It's an issue of effectiveness at times that at times is compounded by age. This is not a call for every older person to leave government. Maybe it should be. There are great older people who we need. There are lots of terrible young people we don't. Okay, that's true. But it's time this culture of staying in power until you die or simply fail to do a good job is, but don't worry about a challenge because you are in a safe seat, has become an existential threat to the future of the party and the nation that must be addressed. This crisis of competence and complacency has already cost us an election and millions of Americans their rights. Let it not cost us the country. This culture simply will not change by focusing on open seats or just throwing $500 million into 30 competitive House seats. We must change the culture of our party that has brought us here if we are to see any activism, or history teaches us that comfortable people, especially comfortable people with power, do not change. That's true. In this moment, comfort is not an option. The American people are looking for, and this goes on for a little long. The American people are looking for an answer about how we revive the American dream that they feel has become more of a fiction than a possibility. We have a crisis of faith in this country, in our leaders and in our parties. So far, Donald Trump has convinced many people that the answer is to look backwards instead of forwards. At this point in the darkness, I have a sacred obligation not to this party, but to this country as a party. In his 1960 speech to the DNC, to accept the Democratic nomination to become president, John F. Kennedy said, "Times are too grave and challenge too urgent and stakes too high to permit the customary passions of political debate. We are not here to curse the darkness. We are here to light the candle that will guide us through the darkness to a safe and sane future. We relight the candle by providing a vision for the futures and leaders to bring us there. That new vision will come from new leaders, building a future where voters vote for us, not because of who we aren't, but because of who we are. That's why it's important to not only defeat Republicans, but use a healthy competitive primary process to make us a stronger party. The alternative is a continuation of politics that has brought this party to this place that is unacceptable. We must embrace a healthy culture of competitive primaries that are to build the strongest party possible. Jeez Louise, this is too many freaking words. Being a Democrat means believing in politics of the possibility like we did after Parkland. It's about believing in who we could be, not only as a party, but as a country. If we put our minds to it and we work hard enough, we can do anything, no matter what stands in our way. That's why I'm a Democrat. I came into this role to play a positive role in creating a change for the party needs. It is clear that there's a fundamental disagreement about the role of vice chair, and it's okay to have disagreements. What isn't okay is allowing this to remain our focus when there is so much more we need to focus on. Ultimately, I decided to not run in this upcoming election so the party can focus on what really matters. I need to do this work with leaders we deserve, and it's possible. It is going to remain my number one mission to build the strongest party possible. I think for anyone who supported me in this role, I am proud to have traveled to 10 states and 30 events, raising money state parties, organizing with Young Democrats, and getting out to vote for special elections in Wisconsin and Florida. I have nothing but admiration and respect for our fellow officers, even if though we have our disagreements. We all are here to build the strongest party possible. Let me be extremely clear. Yes, we need to defeat Republicans. Leaders we deserve will have many candidates challenge Republicans incumbents. But we also need to build a party not defined by being less bad of the two options in voters' eyes. We need to be the best option, period, in every level of government. That change can only come through a full embrace of democracy, not only to defeat Republicans, but also elect new Democrats to show voters that we are changing and regain their trust by listening to them, doing all that we can to give them the best representation possible. Leaders we deserve exist to do just that. You know why black folks hate David Hogg for his initiative? My mom has been pissed about it for some reason. Adherence to the Democratic Party and normalcy and norms and things of that nature. The fact that David Hogg is too much for the DNC, and dude is frankly just a liberal, is so telling. Instead of they want woke libertarianism, abundance. Yeah. I hope this is a wake-up call for David Hogg, right? And that the party is broken, dog. It's not broken because of the people in it. It's broken because of foundationally of the role it plays. Because socially, he just doesn't know it yet. Yeah. Like, it plays the role of controlled opposition. This is always how it was going to turn out. It was not going to turn out any differently. It couldn't. Because the Democrats are controlled opposition. Right? And honestly, what people want from Bernie, like starting a new party, is kind of what I want from David Hogg. Like, he has momentum. He doesn't have like as much momentum as he needs, but like, he should. I wish Bernie did start a new party just so that people like David Hogg had a place to go. Right? But the problem is that there's never a place for somebody who has this to go. Right? There's never a place for somebody who has this this drive and motivation to put that energy into somewhere else. So they inevitably end up turning back around and feeding back into the Democrats. Right? It's not like really. And so I don't know. But I get his frustration. Right? And I understand why he's not running again. Because you have people like this being like, "Bye, see ya." It's gross. It's gross. Imagine just going in and be like, "Hey, we need younger, more progressive Democrats." Be like, no, we need the gerontocracy, right? I want more people to die in office. All right, David, you can't tell. It's my right as an American to have more people to die in office. I just got on my appointment and saw your story. Wait, my story posted? Hold on. I was sitting here while I was reading this chat, just pressing the post button, and it just kept failing over and over and over again. I didn't know it posted. Let me see. Refresh.
I was about to go get that.
It did. I was like, Twitch is broken. Unknown user. Oh, it's fixed, I guess. I guess Twitch fixed it, so. It's so. Oh yeah, see, it's fixed. LOL, the more you know, I guess. It's back. It's social for Barbara. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. What is this? Oh, people can react to my story? Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. And I found you through Hasanabi. I love your content on YouTube. Give it up 10 minutes in commentary. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't notice when you posted a story. That's why I came in. I need to start using stories more often, chat. I can ping people now. Let me see if I can ping people now. Oh, yep, it works. The more you know. I can now be pinged. I don't know why more creators don't make stories, because they're extra work. You know? Ow. Oh, my freaking toe. But yeah, they kind of cooked David Hogg. Senator Alex Padilla is forcibly removed from Homeland Security Kristi Noem's press conference in LA. Hands off, Padilla can be heard yelling. This just happened.
Alex Padilla, I have questions for the secretary, because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your heads off.
How many of our ICE agents have been doxxed for doing their duty? How they have been targeted?
Honestly, just by pure optics, like I'm not an optics Andy, but like pure optics, this is what you should be doing. Genuinely, this is good usage of optics. Like genuinely, like you should be doing this. You should be putting yourself in spaces, right? Like I hate the whole like get yourself arrested, but like elected officials should get themselves arrested, right? That's your role. You have a level of protection that normal people don't have, right? You should, right, make these demonstrations and be like, it makes no sense for a sitting senator, right, to be thrown out in his own jurisdiction, in his own state, about a press conference happening about what's happening in his own state. They're the only one who can, yeah.
Because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen.
Like, Gavin Newsom should be doing this. I don't need Gavin Newsom to be like, come arrest me, tough guy on Twitter. We don't need that. We don't need this posturing on Twitter from Gavin Newsom. We need Gavin Newsom doing this. Like, put yourself on the line. Take a day in jail. You're a politician. You'll be fine. Going life in the safety of its home or the governor's house, yeah. Well, Abrego Garcia was powerful. That was because El Salvador couldn't do anything to his senator. Yeah. And also why it makes no sense for Hakeem Jeffries to stop trips to El Salvador. Because that's what you have. That's resistance, if you will, for all the resistance libs. But the libs don't want resistance. They want like resistance from an optical lens, right? They want the idea of resistance.
Criminals that you're rotating on your heads off.
Like getting physically thrown out during this press conference. It's still optics. It's still optics based.
The matter is,
but it's more than just like the concept of like, oh, Gavin Newsom's talking about Trump arrest me. Oh, he's such a big, strong man. Right?
a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your heads off.
How many of our ICE agents have been doxxed for doing their duty? How they have been targeted?
I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions.
So Rashida needs to go to Gaza. Oh yeah, I disagree with that completely. Like they will kill her in Gaza. Like the reason why this is effective is because like he can't be touched really. Right? They're not going to like shoot the senator yet, at least in America. But like Israel will kill Rashida Tlaib. Right? They will murder Rashida Tlaib for even attempting to do so. Right? So I think that's not the same conversation. Newsom is trying to make good talking points for his presidential run, nothing more. Yeah. I was also arguing about bringing out more American flags. For the U energy, like at the protests. I don't think the flag of the protest is like the most meaningful thing. It's what it will force the U.S. to act. No, it won't. Chatter. No, it will not. There's a difference in take a day in jail for the movement and go get yourself killed and martyred for the movement. Right? Those are not at all the same conversation. Like, not at all. Israel has killed countless Americans, Palestinian Americans, etc. for decades without U.S. even raising a finger. Yeah. And the U.S. hates Rashida Tlaib. This is a senator? Yeah, this is a senator.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your heads off.
How many of our ICE agents have been doxxed for doing their duty? How they have been targeted?
I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have
like this is my bare minimum for like elected officials. This is my bare minimum for elected officials. Right? You have a level of like this is what like Karen Bass should be doing as well. Gavin Newsom should be doing as well. Right? Not like throwing your you know, I'm not saying like getting thrown out specifically. Like Chad, I'm not referring to you specifically. I'm talking about like in general. Right? Making a fuss and taking a stand on the things you care about. Right? I think that's important. Oh, we were also going to watch what Bernie wanted to say as well.
I want to take a moment to address what's going on.
Treat senators. There was a representative that was arrested for like impeding ICE. Like 2 days ago. Two New Jersey politicians. Yeah. Representative LaMonica McIver? That's how you pronounce it. Representative LaMonica McIver was indicted by grand jury over incident at ICE detention facility. Hello? Play the freaking video.
Woman is facing federal charges after a confrontation with immigration agents in Newark. The Justice Department has charged Congresswoman LaMonica McIver with assaulting federal agents outside a detention facility. She claims the charges are politically motivated. A trespassing charge against Newark's mayor, stemming from that same incident, has been dropped.
Time now for your Tuesday.
Also, and I want to notice this. I want to point this out. You notice how they're both black?
Facility. She claims.
I think this is her right here, right? Which is why I still don't understand why like the tweet we saw freaking earlier today, being like, oh, where are all the black people at? Like, they're on the lines.
A trespassing charge against Newark's mayor, stemming from that same incident, has been dropped.
Time now for your Tuesday.
Like they are on the lines as well. They're there. I just saw your story. Well, I fixed Twitch myself. Thank you very much.
Hey, weather.
Is that it? Okay, I don't care about the weather. But yeah, this happened too. And they indicted her. Our brothers in Telemundo, they got a 6 shot of my tattoo. Tucson. Love you. I got here recently, so I don't know if we went over this yet, but really think that they will release Mama Khalil. I don't know what to expect, to be honest. I don't know. I think that I can see either happening. They appeal and they keep them detained. But I also see that them having bigger fish to fry with LA stuff. And so Trump just not caring. Not pronounced Tuscan or Tuskson. I don't have to tell you, Chatter. I didn't name it. Yeah. EX Arthur, thank you for the Prime, and XGU Awesomer, thank you for the tier 1 as well. Sick glasses, thank you. So we'll see. Here's what I'll say. We will see what happens with the No Kings protest on Saturday. I think it will be very large. The only thing that I'm scared about is the amount of people who are going with the idea that, like, if violence breaks out, we sit down on the freaking floor. Where's it at? I closed it. That's the only thing that I'm wary about. I'm trying to find it. You know what I'm talking about, though. Isn't it just going to be more general anti-Trump? Yes, but because there's momentum from the anti-ICE protests happening now, there will have an anti-ICE slant to it, or at least an anti-deportation slant to it. I mean, on social media, begging people I know who may not go to the protests, use better judgment, listen to people who are experienced on the ground. Some organizers of these liberal events don't know what they're doing, and people should be aware. Yeah, but I mean, there's only so much to do, right? I try giving the pigs Pepsi. You know, I'll consider it. Pepsi's not BDS, so hey, you could always bring a Pepsi with you and just chuck it at their face. Peacefully, obviously. Yeah. Peacefully. Toss it in their direction. But like for them to drink, yeah. It's Pepsi for my family. Anyway, I think I have to call it here. Like Kardashian, I think it was Kendall Jenner. No, yes. And I know that freaking Hassan's not live, so I'm leaving you with nothing. Just kidding. I'm leaving you with one thing, and that's my newest video, which you should watch. It's called ICE Protest in LA, Why Silence from Creators is Dangerous. You should watch it. It has 1.7 thousand views already. Okay, I need to see what number this is. Never mind, it has 2.8 thousand views. It's 1 out of freaking 10. Man, people love my freaking YouTube cutdowns. I'm trying to get other creators to understand this. People love YouTube cutdowns. Grimlo's like posting on YouTube again. I think his videos are too long though. That's my advice. Also terrible SEO. Where's his channel at?
Like this is
They're doing because of you, Shonda Black. W. No, okay, never mind. See, 1K views, 1.1K views, W. Exactly. I'm telling you, the good links videos, actually, they're actually a bit better because they're more bite-sized than mine and they're a bit shorter. But that's what the people want. That's what the people want. They want that bite-sized little topical content. That's what Hassan said about YouTube videos, make them short form. I think you should do more bite-sized stuff. Like we're doing now too, though. I just don't have the time. That's the only problem. It takes me, like this video that I posted took me, I think like 2 hours to edit. Because I'm trying to find a workflow that works a little bit better. But like I have to like basically I have to cut down the segment I want, right? And then go through and cut out all the dead space and the repeated terms. I repeat terms a lot. You know what I mean? I repeat terms quite a bit, like pretty frequently. But that was 3 separate times. I repeated the intent of that phrase. And I do that a bunch. See, that's 4. And so I got to go through and I got to cut through all that other stuff. So it takes time. Also, I'm a very rambly person. Do you hit record when you get to a segment or just editing down the VOD? I edit down the VOD. I edit the VOD down. So I take the VOD from Twitch. I put it on my newly purchased device thing that I had somewhere that I lost. Yeah. Oh, I found it. This portable hard drive. And then I edit and I put it on there. I bought that one. I knew I should have bought a bigger one. It's only like 1 terabyte. I might buy a 4 terabyte one. I know some people hit record, like Flight and Dante, they barely edit it for YouTube. Yeah, but then I would have to like know a segment's ending. And as you've watched my streams, it's pure ADHD, like just thought vomit. Right? And so I use the thought vomit and I cut down a coherent story out of that thought vomit. Essentially. Which is why it takes so much time. If you're thinking of YouTube too much, the stream would suffer. The ADHD is important. Yeah. Hello, I love your YouTube videos. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad that people like them. I'm glad that people enjoy them and appreciate them. But yeah, so like a good example of that is like the segment that I have on here. I'll show you. I'll show you my workflow, what it looks like before y'all ditch me for Hassan anyway. Here, if I go, see, I have it separated by like every single day. And sometimes I get one YouTube video out of a VOD. Sometimes I get multiple YouTube videos out of a VOD. But if I go to 6:11, this is my workflow. So first of all, downloading the VOD takes a little bit, and then transcribing the VOD into a transcript takes a little bit as well. And then I take some time to like assign speakers, and then I separate sections of the VOD where like I'm not talking, and then I use the feature of Premiere Pro to automatically cut out a lot of the pauses. Here, so as you can see, I have one called main. It's actually not main. It's actually new main is what this is. So it starts with a sequence like this. There's a long sequence. that I think it's cut down into a sequence like this, separated, having 2 separate streams. So I need to make my camera bigger. You should go into too. No, I'm also streaming, so it's not great. Is there any reason you use Premiere Pro instead of DaVinci Resolve? I'm familiar with Premiere Pro. That's really the only reason. I have a familiarity with it. And so I cut it down. I duplicate the stream, and then I make my camera bigger for certain sections, like when I'm speaking, like here. You can find audio quiet, and I use audio be quiet. Wait, what? I use audio to find the quiet parts and pretty much cut all that out. Well, sometimes I need the quiet parts. So what takes me the longest time is honestly balancing the audio, right? Because sometimes I will not speak into the microphone. Sometimes I'll speak away from the microphone. Sometimes I'll be like reading chat. And so I'll read chat like this. And so it's pretty quiet. And so cutting that into specific segments is what takes forever to do in the first place. But then I have like I have multiple sections of videos cut out of this. And then as you can see here, I have short form content that I'm planning as well. Whereas like in the vertical format. And basically I have like short form 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Basically each of these segments from watching the old 1968 video will be its own like short form content. It's the whole thing. Just that that's my workflow pretty much. Google Cloud servers outage in Iowa, Virginia, Dallas, Oregon, LA, SLC, Vegas, and Ohio. Isn't that like pretty much everywhere in America? Anyway, watch my newest video. I would appreciate that, chat. Yeah, that's my take. Maybe I'll cut like 10-minute segments onto like a second channel, but I like this channel being like 30-ish minute segments. And obviously I think evidence shown that people would rather watch that as well. My most highest performing videos are the ones that are over 20 minutes long. Pretty consistently. Like if I go to my like 1 out of 10s, all of my like top 5 out of 10s are all over 30 minutes. And all of my lowest 5 out of 10s are all under 30 minutes or over an hour. So I think 30 minutes is the sweet spot for this channel specifically. That's my take. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate you. I need food. I had 2 things of toast. Maybe I'll make some more toast. But I also have to cook some chicken because the chicken expires, I think, today. And yeah. Shout out you all. Thank you all for watching. Any final thoughts? Also, shout out YouTube chat. How's YouTube chat doing? Twitch is cooked? True. All right, so bye YouTube chat. Adios.